All right. Come on, model. There we go. Hello, y'all. We're back. And this time I have decided to go against my word and say, from when I said in the weekend we're going to be covering this, apparently, allegedly, Kat doxed Alicia, which is quite bad if true. Therefore, there's no need for, and because of that, I have expedited time frame. All right. So, what I'm gonna be doing is quite simple, really. I'm gonna open my channel now just in case, so that I can clip segments and post and write. There we go. You all know Oh, Badger, you finished the stream? Yeah. Go make some food and feed your dogs, whatever. I'm gonna be giving a little bit of a recap, unless I don't know. I'm gonna give a recap. Model died. There we go. And it died again. Shit. I'm moving my head very fast. That's why. I am very. Yeah. Well, that was fast. What did you just shove it in the microwave? Nothing wrong with microwaves. I think they're a useful tool. Yeah. So let's just jump into it. Actually, so here we go. I'm gonna go like this. So when we last left off. Hold up, let me zoom out more so you all can see more of the video, honestly. We left off at it moved a little bit far away, but it was around 22:15. It's salad and pre-cooked chicken. Not bad, honestly. Like deep fried chicken. So you made it like a Caesar salad, basically. Without the ranch, probably. But yeah. So I'm gonna be basically trying my best to do this, finish this all in the one stream. Because I want on Friday to do a painting stream, and on Saturday we're gonna have the collab with the guy you see in chat right now. So basically, TLDR, let me give you an explain. Katliente was a notorious drama clout farmer. Is notorious for being, well, before all of this, was notorious for being someone who is grossly negligent in her coverage, barely doing any research, and causing more bad shit to happen than what she tries to lead on. She's basically she always was basically given half of the time from biased sources information. She never got either further information about it, or she never did her research well. And that was the case beforehand. Now, with how she acted towards Alicia, and with what we saw from the previous stream 2 days ago, basically, in the first 20 fucking minutes in this hour and 50-minute video, we could see that already she was spinning the narrative from the first 5 to 7 minutes. And we're gonna go back a little bit for a little bit of a recap, all right? And at this point, this is not gross negligence, in my opinion. This is actually intent. This is malicious intent, in my opinion. And it's not, and it probably doesn't come toward to the point of hate, in the point of hatred. I'm saying or implying that Kat hates Doki. I am saying that she intently misinterpreted the whole fucking situation to spin it in a narrative, so that she could gain 1, outrage bait, 2, more likes and follows from Niji sisters, who are notoriously still to this day, a year later, have a hate boner towards her, and 3, possibly, potentially, she definitely knew, she definitely thought this. There's no way she can say he didn't. Potentially be the one to, you know, show Doki actually in a bad light, because Doki has the best PR out of all VTubers at this moment. Like, untouchable PR. So being the first one to drop that down by a peg or 2 is always something that even a quasi-journalist like herself would like to do. Alright. So basically, one thing, first off, I want, she sets the tone right from the bat how she's gonna do this. Like, you can already feel the reasoning why she's doing this.
This is tea so piping hot, none of you guys have actually heard about it before because it has not been posted anywhere. This is about a big VTuber by the name of Dokibird and a charity stream that Doki had hosted over a year ago. It's actually crazy how bad this all falls apart. Manager's like, why does it cost so much? Why couldn't you donate it? Da-da-da-da-da, right? How is this the artist's fault? How is this the artist's responsibility?
By the way, I want to give you all a little bit of a backward. Let's go a little bit back.
How is this the...
Pay attention how she's acting here. This is something that she does later on during her video and her stream.
Artist's fault. How is this the artist's responsibility that your team screwed up? We're totally...
She's, as you can see already, you might thinking that she actually is very shocked about this and doesn't have any knowledge about this, alright? She's very much acting like she's surprised and the first time reading this document.
New company to this day appears correctly. Is this who is doing the build for free? I made this document, so I want to make sure I'm
you're in the first fucking 40 seconds, we already see some contradictions that are eye-glaring. She's acting that she is very much surprised and reading from the reading all of this the first fucking time.
Why couldn't you donate it? Da-da-da-da-da, right? How is this the artist's fault? How is this the artist's responsibility that your team screwed up? We're
this is coming up, so it's very much later on the video, alright? However,
make sure and it appears there's a new builder who is doing the build for free. I made this document, so I want to make sure I'm covering this correctly.
But she is the one who made this document. So there's already 2 contradictions. Why are you acting like you have no pre-hand knowledge and reading the doc first, but then you admit very much that you have made this doc, so why are you acting surprised? She thinks saying this is being transparent, but be careful now. That was a coming up section, so it was further down along the stream video and more importantly the stream, but here she said it outright in the beginning. So in the beginning of the stream she probably said that she made the doc. Then later down the line she acts like she didn't. Why is she doing it? To clip farm. It's clip farming 101. Because she knows Niji sisters or her Doki's haters would watch this video or watch this stream very carefully and clip all of her reactions like this and then post them everywhere online on Twitter. You know? So that is my point here. I'm gonna be trying to clip that, unless Badger, you're here and you're gonna do it. But I'm gonna clip it right now. Because she knows that she made the doc, then laid outright. In the beginning. So in the beginning of the stream, she probably said, you have made this doc. So there's already two contradictions. But she is the one who made this document. Yeah, I can't do it. So there's already... Yeah, I can't do it. It's clip farming 101. I can't do it, sadly. It will take me so much time to clip it by myself. It's not like Twitch where I can just click the button and do it. Here I have to manually do it, which is kind of fucking bonkers, but yeah. Right? So I notified at least myself at the time period where I did it. So it was around the 15-minute mark. I can find that very easily.
Is this real? Unfortunately, it is. So
it is. However, if you watch the previous stream, we only covered 20 minutes of it, 22.15 to be precise, and we're already seeing very much her spinning the narrative. So she's kind of shitting on the management of Dokibird, trying to imply that she's very unprofessional because she switched management teams 3 times. I've already read the doc. It's on the previous VOD video, whatever you want. I've read the Doki doc specifically, not this doc, because I can't find this shit anywhere. Cat's doc is not posted anywhere, to my knowledge. I spent half of a day trying to find it. I couldn't. Then again, I'm fucking stupid sometimes. Even though I'm a law student, I'm kind of fucking stupid sometimes. But let's get on to it. Doki was under a lot of shit, personal health and whatnot. However, people, please, for the love of God, we're gonna notice something. This is Dokibird's post about the charity. People are saying she deleted it. There's somebody. Mujin shows the editing history and shit like that. So he probably has his own archived copy. But I don't know. Some people probably fucking got it. I heard that. But let's get back to this. Notice the date. February 20th, 24. Notice this little date. And people...
The context is...
Remind me. When was the Selen Doki Niji Sanji drama again? It was in 2024, but I want all of you to refresh yourselves a little bit. Let's refresh our memories. When did it happen? It happened early February, at the start of February. You know? Where we all found out that Dokibird attempted on her own life on December 23. I'm drinking my coffee. So, Doki, what she meant by was not just health issues at that time, but she was still recovering from her attempt on her life. Then, her management basically tried to yoink her IP. January. I think it's February. I can't be too sure. Let me check. I'm basically off screen checking Twitter. Because I follow some NSFW artists. No, it was 5th of February. No, it's 5th of February. Doki lost the Selen account on the December 26th. You know? When they were skinwalked. 5th of February, shit hit the fan. Yeah. Here we go. 5th of February, 2024. the termination of the contract of Cell and Tatsuki. 5th of February. Everything happened 5th of February. Therefore, it has been 15 fucking days since all of that shit has happened. So we have to also take into consideration this. The Lyra black screen stream. Let's actually figure out when that happened. There we go. Let's go. Let's go, baby. There we go. Here it is. 13th of February. So it has been a week. A week since that black screen stream has happened. All right. Doki involved lawyers into this situation. Lawyers cost money. Remember this. So she was having health issues, stressful issues, legal stuff in the background. Yet she was still trying to do her charity thing, which people should applaud her to do that. Even though, in my opinion, if I was her legal, I would have said that, dude, it's fucking charity. Don't announce anything with the charity auction and anything till everything is resolved. Because it all costs money. And money is a very important argument with Katliente here. So we're gonna skim the video because we already watched this. Blah 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 blah. Around. Yeah. Okay. Before I go do that, I'm gonna show you this. Katliente, for some reason, tried to paint this concept art is subject to change, and winners will be notified if necessary changes to the final product. She notifies this as a red flag. This is normal business. This is normal behavior. If you have something that has a design and it hasn't been set, the artist, the builder, whoever it is, already made a pre-made concept and stuff like that. However, it doesn't mean that it will be the final thing. Maybe the artist thought, maybe I can do it better, or and shit like that, you know? So it could be subject to change. This is normal business practice. Kat, somehow, a normal thing, labels it as a red flag. And she's banking on the drama-hungry watchers who basically don't have reading concept to not think 5 seconds. Next, we're gonna go into... Where is it? Yeah, the PC, the value of the PC. All right? So let's...
If you have any changes to your listing, please let me know to the artist PC the estimated cost of a previous build and use that number as the estimated cost of this new build. Straight out of the Tiltify, it says the PC is valued at $3,500. However, that's wrong. The estimate of $3,500 is actually incorrect as well. Because even if you go off of the artist's previous build, which again makes no sense because this is a completely brand new build, the artist is based in the UK. And the build cost was 3,500 Great British pounds, not 3,500 USD. So
now, remember when I said money was a thing? But before that, let's go to the PC part picker page. Here's the issue with Kat. This is Kat maliciously not doing her research. She also linked the builder's PC part picker page. However, she didn't make it available, so we don't know how much it actually costs, which is a damning thing for her. But let's go. First off, as you can see right here in the top right corner, my head is not covering it, thankfully. I'm gonna move it, actually. it's by default United States. All right, so it's in dollars. Doesn't matter if the PC builder is from the UK. However, there's something called we can pick. And guess what happens when you can pick the country? Oh no, it converts into Great British Pounds. So this is a non-argument with her, and it's maliciously trying to spin the narrative. Clip this, by the way, because all Doki's team had to do, which they had also shown intent to use USD because it's their familiar currency, to just go here, click convert, and you get USD. By the way, this would be exactly shown in the PC Builder's page, specifically if it was a previous build, with the fucking prices. And again, I'm saying this once again, it's on default United States. In my opinion, in my case, it could probably be in also with the management and Doki's. So Kat's argument with this is complete and utter nonsense. Please clip this if you can. The whole little segment, I want to post it on Twitter. It doesn't make sense. And Kat didn't do her she deliberately didn't do her own due diligence. All right? So already we have 3 red flags in 8.55 in the span of 8 minutes and 55 seconds. 3 red flags. There's something wrong here. It's and normally people would think it's gross negligence. I thought it was gross negligence when I first reviewed it, but more and more as I was watching this, and I was more and more losing my shit, having an aneurysm with Kat's arguments. The final straw, before she docks allegedly Alicia, is this little thing right here. So I'm gonna read the little I'm gonna show you this little screenshot. This is very important with this. Doki has to pay. She also underlined it. And this is a clippable moment as well. I want to post this as an argument on Twitter as well, because I'm tired with fucking drama tubers not doing their fucking no worries then. You can just I don't know, use your standard OBS method. I don't care. But yeah, here's also a moment. Kat basically underlines this. Doki has to pay this out of her own pocket, and the team isn't and the item isn't donated. Now, this is something that anybody with a normal reading comprehension would think. When they mean isn't donated, it means that it wasn't given to the auction winner. You know, the winner didn't get his item. This was in the let's see, 16th of January 2025. It's been basically a year since this has happened. All right, 6 months at least when the auction winner was announced and took. Okay, fair enough. And honest, like I said, the auction winner was already chosen and shit like that. However, and it wasn't donated to him. However, this is what Kat argues. By the way, this is her argument.
I will be paid it thing, which again, a little opinion is not fair whatsoever, you know? And I think because it's for charity, this does devolve a little bit, because there starts to be some sort of guilt tripping of being like, well, for the good of charity, you should have donated it, da-da-da. This might be...
As you can see, she is implying right here, she's implying that the management and ergo Doki are guilt tripping the PC builder to fucking for free make the PC. For free. That's what she's now implying. The PC builder has to do this all for free. That's what she is implying. Again, anybody with frontal lobe and reading comprehension with that can deduce that that's not what the manager meant. So, here's another red fucking flag. I forgot what I wanted to also say. In addition, let me find it. Maybe I can find it. Yeah. Also, she was also this whole screenshot. We found it on it's in the previous VODs. You can find it. We've already read it, but she implied that all of this fucking shit is like not good communication skills. The manager, even though apparently they were trying to fucking screw over Doki, they were doing okay management communication. The builder allegedly was sick and didn't have time to communicate. However, he still ghosted him for more than 6 months now at this point, and charged them more and more, 12 fucking or 12k pounds or 14 fucking $1,000. A lot of it is labor costs. He spent like 280 fucking hours on building this fucking PC allegedly, and and said that he has a video, sped up video showing the building process, and he refused to fucking show it. He's refusing to show proof of labor, which he's, by his own words, have said to Doki or management that he has. By law, if there's no proof of labor, unless it's in the US differently, or Canada, or Britain, in this case it's different, the commissioner doesn't need to pay you shit unless you have shown proof of labor. It's in his God-given right. Right? So already we have 3 fucking things that are very much red flags. There's also the fact that she linked the PC picker, the builder's PC part picker in her Google Doc, which she has not posted anywhere. So we cannot look. There's 5th red flag. Already, there's a 5th red flag. And we only went 22 minutes in. She links the fucking page. However, she doesn't post this anywhere, so we cannot verify if it actually costed the estimated value that Doki has shown, and more importantly, the estimated value that Katliente is very much trying to hammer down. So, we have 5 controversial, sketchy fucking parts in this video already. Which makes no sense. Pardon me, no makes no sense. Which is clear spinning the narrative. And in my opinion, before we continue on now further on the video, I have to add that she got the 110% got these fucking DMs from the artist. She is in cahoots with the PC builder, who probably has a grudge on Doki. She took this as a chance to probably get more following, more clicks, more clout, and shit like that, and maliciously started to work with the PC builder to spin a narrative. She pretty much, unless it's proven wrong with the Alicia thing, that she is very much a malicious person. There's no gross negligence anymore. This is malice, in my opinion, and she has to prove now that there isn't malice, because at the very best, this is extreme gross negligence, which she basically either way kaputs her reputation. I don't think anybody sensible enough will now look at Katliente with this alone now, and we haven't finished the whole damn video, to see whether or not they will give their stories or their DMs, info, whatever they want to, for Katliente to bring to light. There is anybody who has a shred of fucking decency or brain cells in their head will not do that anymore. And in my opinion, you shouldn't with Kat. Because if she, even if it's something very serious you want it to cover, by the way, if it's extremely serious, go to the police and post everything after every procedure is done. Do not go to Katliente because she will fuck it up. She will basically make sure you don't get your justice. Anyhow, let's now continue on with the video and let's lose our brain cells together, shall we?
A little bit of a hot take. Charity is good and all, and I respect giving to charity, but you shouldn't try to guilt trip other people whose labor you're using for charity donations unless they like fully consented to it.
Here we go. I already said it. She is, and now this is the moment. She is trying to fucking spin the narrative as Dokibird, Doki's management, and ergo by extension Dokibird, to because of this one fucking underlined thing here that the item isn't donated. They meant the item wasn't donated to the fucking winner of the auction, not to make the PC builder fucking do it for free, dumbass. There we go, a clippable take if you want.
Tell him this is what we can do for the donated time and labor and stuff. I knew it was a donation going straight into it. But if you tell people, hey, I'm doing a charity and I'm gonna pay for the labor, then you need to fulfill that because that is what you stated. So later.
But there was no proof of labor. Why would I pay for the labor if it's not done? If I am commissioning someone to make me something, I want them to show at least that they have started the thing. Let's use VTubing as an example. If you're commissioning an artist to draw, I'm into this, but I've got to head out. No worries, man. No worries. I will do them myself. Wait, what was I gonna do? Yeah, let's go with this. You're a VTuber. You're commissioning art from an artist. The artist, yes, has TOS, like they have to give it beforehand, but you have all the right to say, well, at least can you show me the sketch that you have done it? You know, that you started. I don't want to be ghosted. And it's a very good thing to ask, you know, or pay half of the amount and then you say you don't want to pay. And you still say this beforehand that you're not comfortable paying unless you have proof of labor. The rest. And normally artists will respect that. However, some of them probably got scammed because of that. So usually what I do is pay them half of the amount. Then I ask them to see if they have started to do it, you know, because I don't want my money to go to waste. And then they show me that they already started doing it. There's proof of labor, and then I just send the full amount. Unless it's somebody, an artist I know and I trust, I do it half-half. And that's applicable to everything.
Than doing a 180, being like, you should have donated it, is so unfair to the people.
See, she's spinning the narrative. This is malicious. I already explained this multiple times, so I don't need to explain this further. Let's continue on.
Involved. Plus, again, donating is a privilege. It's a great privilege, and if you do have the ability to donate to charities, I truly recommend it. Charities need your money, right? They operate pro bono.
I'm gonna have to splice the little segments and to make a clip out of it, because I did not know she would continue yapping about this a full 2 minutes more, sinking her ship. What the fuck?
But not over the expense of like paying your own rent, etc. Putting food on your own table, you know, like they say, you gotta put your own oxygen mask on before you go and help others. And it's great if you have excess to donate to charity, but guilting other people to try to donate stuff to charity, I just don't like that personally. So the second...
She continue on to, she spent, at least in the video, almost 3 fucking minutes, 2 minutes at least, yeah, let's say 2.5 minutes, trying to spin this as a narrative. In the stream, God knows how much she also did more to spin the narrative, you know, because there's the chat. She probably reacts to some of the reactions to the chat and further egging the narrative along. By the way, I'm probably not gonna watch the VOD fully unless to look all the screenshots to read, because fuck's sake. Okay, now let's read this along again, because I don't want Kat to read me, because I don't know if she will cut when she's reading out. I want to read everything myself. I personally think that we need to look at the charity item, update it, and what it would currently cost for you to fulfill. Then we should get direct DM contract with the bidder of the auction. Verify the specs and tell them this what we can do for this price. If they seem to want additional specs, then we should Doki bidder, Doki staff talk about it and what will cost and would pay for it. Now here's the thing. Here's the thing. They already picked the value of it. Remember, this was at the time where they picked the value and shit during the time where Dokibird was having a more likely legal battle, legal stuff behind the scenes with DG Sanji, employing lawyers or medical bills and stuff like that, you know? So she already probably spent a lot of fucking money, and she probably wanted to make to get a decent PC, not a bad one. Like 3.5k for a PC is not that bad, honestly. Like at that time, like 4080 was probably 1k or something. I don't know. A 30 series graphics card is perfectly doable and okay, honestly. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say, by the way. Kat basically in this video said, why would she basically like was being extremely ableist, like why would you pick shittier parts or something like that. Let's find it. and it's kind of fucking ableism a little bit, because not everyone can buy a fucking 40 series card, Kat. Not everyone can buy that. You know, I spent a fucking full year trying to save up for a 3060, but then I found out my power bank doesn't have the pin cable, that the 12-pin cable. Mine has an 8-pin, and the power bank costs nearly as much as the graphics card I wanted. So why would I buy so I can't use it, and it's not an interchangeable cable, by the way. So I have to buy a new power bank, and that power bank probably is not compatible to my motherboard. So basically, my graphics card plan is now spent. I saved up for nothing. I'm using this for hobby money and commission money, whatever I fucking want now. And I'm probably gonna buy a new PC when I graduate from law university with my paychecks. You know, but not everyone can buy a fucking good PC. Let me find it real.
Verify whether it's $3,500 for one PC or $3,500 for the cost of two PCs to be.
Oh yeah, she's also spinning the narrative with the fact that with this listing, she thought that she's spinning the narrative as Dokibird would pay for two PCs. This no, it's she in her own little segment, own dog to twin with. She definitely means that she would pay an additional. So this also 3.5k price is justified. Also in the segment I've shown, yeah, here we go. In this little screen she shows, where she's trying to spin the narrative, why would you pick shittier parts? She convolutedly is trying to obfuscate in her own screenshot that yes, they wanted to downgrade the CPU cooler and get a better storage RAM card, which is far more important than the CPU cooler, because a good CPU cooler you can find for dirt fucking cheap, literally. You don't need to buy a water fucking cooling system, and I highly do not recommend a water cooling system for a PC, because if that fucking pipe leaks everything is kaput. So buy a normal fucking cooling system, and this would, for the same value, would get a better PC, because you can upgrade from like I said, DDR4 12 gig RAM to a 16 DDR5 gig RAM, and from a 1 terabyte storage like 2 terabyte storage, or something like that, or half a terabyte to a terabyte hardware, or from a HDD 1 terabyte to an SSD 1 terabyte and more RAM, which is far fucking more important than a cooling system, which I get, and you can buy a decent one for cheaper.
And a small update. A message to the guys as far as figuring out specs and stuff did cost. I did basically of the buyer issue revolves around the other activation you spoke about briefly entirely. The artist says, I just got
I can't find it, but
being brought up by
I can't find it, but I brought it up in the previous stream, so we don't need to. If you want to do that, watch the previous stream. It's easy. But let's get on to it. So the budget conversations. Okay, so they already picked it and anything. Yes, they could have changed it, but at that point they were still at that point they were trying to stick what they wanted, and it's their God-given right for a budget. If they picked the budget, they would stick to it. Yada yada yada. All right. To help clarify around the charity auction, Doki originally pulled out a tweet calling for creators for a paid opportunity, which I applied for my portfolio. And here's the tweet you responded to. I'm happy to break down, to do a breakdown PDF. What will the costs, what would look like for the team that will be helped. And now here's the thing. This happened in this year, January. All right. This is where they probably where the infamous table from Doki's doc, let me find it, was posted. I think there's no timetable on when it was posted, but it was but Doki has shown it. So let me find it real fucking quick. Let's go Google Doki. There we go. Yeah, there we go. There we go. See, I'm gonna now kaput my model just so you all can see it. Yeah, if you can see properly, please do say. If you can't, because fuck me. There we go. So this is where the timetable probably was sent. You know, the pricing and everything. I don't know if Doki has mentioned it, but this was the thing. All right. So they already like picked everything, the parts and everything, and look at the labor. 6K for the labor, pre-project estimate, and apparently he was apparently they. I'm not gonna misgender them. Have constantly fucking bump up the price, which is very, very stupid and very greedy. Now the budget conversations begin because the PC build was listed at 3.5K in the auction, which was not run by the artist, but an assumption manager want made. The staff member assumed the build would cost that. Alright, here's the thing though. This was a third manager, so they were probably fucked over a little bit. It's not their fault. Doki probably wasn't at that point too involved and didn't much. If she know the price, maybe she did, maybe she didn't. I'm not gonna estimate what Doki thought or could have thought. But yeah, provided a PDF including the cost of parts, additional things the bidder wanted, and their hourly wage. They priced the build service at national London living wage, undercharging below their standard rate. This is due to lack of transparency with the budget and how the artist felt pressured being responsible to sort the PC mess out. Okay, yeah, and while he was this, they had a good like, I don't know, 2 months an excuse from March to May. All right, from March to May, because they were allegedly sick. And let's add June, maybe July. let's say at June, maybe when they reply and they're sick and whatnot, they still had, like, let's estimate, like, a couple months still more of AFKing everybody. Which they apparently could not explain in the Doki doc. And they ghosted. So, already there's something sketchy. But let's see what Kat says.
With budget conversations begin. Because the PC build was listed as 3,500 USD in the auction, which was not run by the artist, but an assumption manager 1 made, as in the number, the staff member assumed the build would still cost 3,500 USD. The artist provided a PDF including the cost of parts, additional things the bidder wanted, and their hourly wage. They priced their build service at the National London Living Wage, undercharging below their standard rates. This is due to lack of transparency with the budget and how the artist felt pressured in being responsible to sort this PC mess out. The artist says to...
Alright, now let's go on. Pink is the artist, green is the manager. To make sure I have this right, the services are being paid for like Doki originally said. Yes, these would be paid. Originally listed as 3.5k USD, I think. Sorry if it's the wrong number. I'm backtracking the auction from the limited info I was provided. Alright, the manager wasn't provided much info because the previous management was apparently fucking trying to fuck over Doki. Okay, cool, here's the PDF draft. Alright, and when was this, by the way? Let me check. Okay, we're still in the oh, my model died again. Okay, so we're in the January timetable still this year, which is fucking, hilarious. Well, let's go on. Then they send the PDF. Since the build at the auction was based on my previous builds, I've used the components that are equal to the cost and calculated the service in addition, e.g. my work, customization materials and whatnot. If we agree on the details, I can go straight to the auction winner and discuss the specs that they want replaced. Let me know if they have any questions over them. Okay, but when I calculate the total price in the PDF, it's not round 3 to 5k but more to 7.2k USD, and then they might even ask upgrades still. Okay, so we already have what Dokibird said. Oh my fucking god, let me just show you real quick here. Like, can you see this already? That Kat is kind of confirming what Doki wrote in her own doc. Hold up, let me bring it up. Like, look, Doki has said, yeah, I was confused when the PC build kept increasing in its quoted price from 6k, here we go, to 8k, and then it went to this. So already, Kat is kind of showing that Doki's story is being a little bit shown more and more to be correct. Which would be more than the auctioned bid for. You sure it's the same specs? So I'll run it by Doki staff to see what would be the best choice to continue. So the artist emphasized with the bidder who spent 6.6k and hasn't received the PC and began to try and sort the problem out. The artist even started looking for alternative ways to make the build more affordable by contacting their personal brand and connections. Okay, here's the thing. Right, let me bring my model back. Okay. The artist probably, the bidder probably knew with the estimated value that the PC wasn't the most high-end PC. They still did it out of goodwill. So in their mind, the auction winner probably didn't give a shit. You know?
To make sure I have this right, the services are being paid for they want replaced. 0.2k USD and the specs. If so, I'll do the next staff and see what would be the best choice to continue. And here is where
oh my god. Did you cut out that little segment? Alright.
where we run into the next problem. of this auction, guys. I think the people hosting the auction, I guess management number one, I think it didn't occur to them. And this is where we go into the original problem of them going to the artist's PC part picker and pulling the list of parts. They didn't consider the labor cost of building the PC, which is something.
No, they probably just, you know, would have paid. I'm gonna pay the devil's advocate, but I think the value of the PC is just why they estimated by just the value of the parts, and they would still pay the cost of labor, you know, as a separate thing, because they're only paying, the auctioneer is only paying for the item. So even then Dokibird, with what we already saw in the doc, she didn't mind going on a net loss with that. She would probably pay the cost of labor. It's just the value of the PC with the parts is that. And then again, cost of labor is... I mean, here's the thing. Like, assembling a PC doesn't take quite as long. But usually, like, it's just $100 fucking bucks or more.
Something that needs to be paid for. So that 3,500 USD number, remember, it's already wrong because it's not in.
No, it is right. It's the value of the parts. It's the total value of the parts, which is the main important thing. And you're implying that Doki wouldn't pay the labor costs. They're constantly saying the value of the PC, and they're always saying with the parts. You know? Which is kind of stupid with this, but again, spinning the narrative.
In the right currency. But secondly, that...
No, it's because they have the site has a fucking, how do you call it? Currency conversion.
Number only counts for parts. It doesn't count for the labor of building the PC, which again is
which would have fucking being paid for.
Labor that should be paid for, right? But
yes, and she would have paid it. The value on the auction was just the value of the PC, because they're just paying, because the auction winner is just paying for the PC.
That's like the equivalent of like,
and the auction winner is not the one who is asking for the commission. So actually, now that I'm thinking about it, why are you trying to imply that the labor cost is that? Why are you trying to bind the 3.5k value price with the labor cost if the auction winner is not the one who is commissioning the builder? It's Doki. Doki will pay the labor cost and the value of the PC, while the fucking auction winner is just buying the PC that is now built. It's counted as pre-built. You know? These are two different separate things, and when you use a little bit of brain cells, you will figure out that what Kat is saying, it doesn't make sense, but she knows what she's saying. She's trying to spin the narrative.
like, I don't know, going to a mechanic and then I don't know, you give him like a part of your car. Sorry, I suck at mechanic and car stuff, but like,
you suck at PC building and you suck at commission work, basically. Now how it works now, especially since there's a third fucking party completely unrelated and not commissioning the artist to fucking do it. It's Doki. Doki is paying the labor cost and the fucking build, the PC value of the parts, while the fucking auction winner is just buying the fucking PC that was already built and hasn't made contact with the builder and everything. He's not paying him. He's not paying him. Those are two separate things, and auction and commission are two different separate things. They're two different fucking contracts as well. Both verbal, non-formal, and formal. So it doesn't make sense. Kat is trying to spin the narrative again.
I actually broke the side mirror off of my car and began trying to sort the problem.
Because she is...
That is where the issue comes in. The artist emphasized with the bidder, who spent 6.6 thousand USD and hadn't received a PC, and began trying to sort the problem out. The artist even started to look for alternative ways to make the build more affordable by contacting their personal brand connections. Again, this is like extra stuff the artist is doing on top of it, like flexing your personal relationships to try to like pull strings and get things done is not an expectation that would happen in scenarios like this. Like, this is like going above and beyond. Some people might read this and be like, well, like the artist should have.
And maybe the fucking auction, because he was waiting so damn long, he probably wants something different now. So the builder has to fucking get in contact, because he's the one making the PC. It's better for the builder to go to do this so that there's no issues. Because the manager probably doesn't know her shit around PCs, or their shit around PCs. This guy does. Therefore, it's better for them to get in contact with, so that the auction winner, who waited for God knows how long, will get satisfied. It's not above and beyond when you think about it, Kat. It's literally something normal. By your logic, what Doki did then with reimbursing the auction winner and everything was saintly.
Done that to make it as cheap as possible for Doki.
We will then explore how to blend colors naturally, as well as some dry brush effects for the
It takes a lot to ask your relationships for stuff, because you kind of like use up the amount of asks you get. Does that make sense? Like, trying to...
Dear God, how much of this video is actually her just fucking spinning the narrative and not actually presenting her points?
Speak on it from like an influencer perspective. Anyways, I'm not a PC builder. I've built 2 PCs in my life.
Then what the fuck are you talking about? Then why are you talking about this then? Why? I've built, like, in my life, 50 PCs at this point. A couple of them were mine, but the rest I was doing it for high school friends and stuff like that. Why are you talking about this? This is why I always say, don't talk about stuff that you are not fucking, how do I say this, don't have knowledge of or training about or shit like that. To me, I wouldn't be surprised if she starts talking about legal stuff and she's not a lawyer. Or talk about medical stuff if she's not a doctor. Or it's one thing when you have some kind of knowledge, but it's still like pale in comparison to somebody who did it for countless amounts of times.
You can kind of only ask your personal relationships for so many things before they're gonna get tired of you. So like, you kind of use up one of your like free asks, essentially, to like pull.
What was the free ask? The guy ghosted Doki and management for 6 months at worst, couple months at best, but still he ghosted them.
Strings for a charity of auction that kind of is falling apart, essentially. Because yeah, some people might be like, oh, why couldn't you just do this from the start? Like, you only get to ask so many times. So now
why didn't they do this from the start? It's a valid question. I don't know what she's trying to talk about. Why didn't the fucking PC builder do it from the start? I get it if it's medical stuff, but dude, there's an estimate value. Take that in, but calculate also with your labor costs in addition to that, because they did give wiggle room. The first management even gave wiggle room to the fucking PC builder, which probably would include fucking labor costs. And we already saw the labor costs from Doki's own doc, that the labor fucking costs exceeds 50%. It's twice the amount. The labor costs apparently is twice the fucking amount than the fucking PC. Like, dude, you're just wrapping the fucking case. And here's the estimated fucking hours worked on the PC. He spent like 3 fucking weeks. 3 fucking weeks, 8 hours trying to wrap a fucking PC case that is like, what, fucking a meter in length and height is like half a meter or something like that. I've seen fucking yeah, I did. My fucking one of my brother-in-laws is a mechanic, and he has a whole fucking shop where they completely fucking fix cars, and I've seen them wrap cars. It takes them like a couple of days. It doesn't take them nearly as much as this, and it's a fucking car. How much do you take? How much do you need to fucking wrap a fucking PC? I can do it for 75 hours. I'm not a pro at it. A pro would probably do it fucking in less the amount of time I would. So it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. But go on, Kat. Oh no. No. I'm not gonna fucking let her do this. I'm gonna read everything. No, actually, no. Let's let her read. Let's see what she does.
January 17th, 2025, the artist says, the original hardware cost of my Cine PC has always been 3,500 British pounds, but I believe it's been mistakenly put down as 3,500 USD in the auction.
Stop it. It's not... stop it. We already debunked this. There's a fucking currency conversion rate on fucking PC Builder. Also, there's another thing. How many fucking pre-made builds do you have up there? How many? Because they probably picked something else that is not the 3.5k British pounds. So already there's an issue right here where the PC Builder, the artist, kind of fucked up.
Which is why the pricing is misaligned. The specs are accurate and as close as they can be. There's the exception that the chassis in the Doki PC design isn't the same as the one used for the Cine PC, but we didn't confirm a price breakdown specifically for the Doki PC in advance before the auction went ahead. There is an option to lower the specs to save on component cost, although it might be difficult because it wouldn't align with the specs advertised to the auction winner. Because by the way, I want to remind you, the PC was auctioned as you could pick your own specs. The artist continues, the winner has said that they're happy to pay for upgrades, so that wouldn't be an issue and I would handle that with them.
I will need that proof. I need to see the tilted pipe thing if you could pick the specs. Because if you can, then change the then okay. Then you can just negotiate everything more. So again, there's an issue where the fucking artist didn't have good faith to, I don't know, try their best.
So try not to worry that much about that side of it. You shouldn't be having to also pay for components to be upgraded. Besides, the Cine PC is already Gen 5, so there's not been a huge amount in terms of upgrades yet anyways, aside from the 50...
That is also what I want to say. If there was actually at any point they could pick the specs on the charity. I want to know on the Tiltify thing where you can pick if they could pick the specs. I want to know. I don't know if it is. She could be lying.
Series GPUs, which haven't even released yet. Would you like me to go to the winner and speak with them about the specs they do want first so that we have a fuller picture? Because if so, drop me their username and let them know to expect a request from me. And then the artist says, hey manager, I hope I'm not spamming you with messages here.
Let me see if this... I don't see the fucking artist even mentioning in this little... Yeah, I don't see anywhere where they're saying that the winner can pick their specs on the site. I don't see that the artist has said it. So already there's like, I'm seeing like the specs are accurate, the close as they can be. So it's already like pre-planned specs. So already we have two contradictions with Kat's statement, which they said, what?
Is an option to lower the specs to save on component cost, although it might be difficult because it wouldn't align with the specs advertised to the auction winner. Because by the way, I want to remind you, the PC was auctioned as you could pick your own specs. The artist...
Yeah, she said you could pick your own specs. However, it says the specs advertised advertised. So already they were pre-approved and pre-shown specs on the charity. Unless I see the fucking charity page and how it looked and there was options, Cat is lying.
Continues, the winner has said that they're happy to pay for upgrades, so that wouldn't be an issue and I would handle that with them. So try not to worry that much about that side of it. You shouldn't be having to also pay for—
Once again, let me just move my ass away. Cat says, fucking hell.
No winner. Because by the way, I want to remind you, the PC was auctioned as you could pick your own specs. The artist—
And they said you can pick your own specs. However, it says the specs advertised to the auction winner. And again, nowhere we show the specs are accurate as close as they can be. It shows that there were specs already made and decided and picked. So the auction winner has no saying on it. So therefore, Cat is either lying or I'm missing something, which is kind of wild, isn't it? Huh?
Continues, the winner has said that they're happy to pay for upgrades, so that wouldn't be an issue and I would handle that with them. So try not to worry that much about that side of it. You shouldn't be having to also pay for components to be upgraded. Besides, the Cine PC is already Gen 5, so there's not been a huge amount in terms of upgrades yet anyways, aside from the 50 series GPUs, which haven't even released yet. Would you like me to go to the winner?
Huh. Okay. We have something interesting. So the winner said he will be happy to pay for the upgrades, which he fucking did probably because of the winning. But he can, if he wants to pay them separately, then go ahead. Probably Doki could have, but if the winner is saying that he wants to, because no, actually no, the winner can't, and is, in my opinion, it has to pay for the upgrades because they were already pre-approved specs with the screenshots Cat already has shown. Therefore, if he wants upgrades, he has to fucking give. Doki is not under any obligation to fucking do that unless she does it out of her goodwill, and she probably would have done it. What's the worst part? Doki would have agreed to pay for the upgrades. So I don't know what's this hissy fit.
And speak with them about the specs they do want first so that we have a fuller picture. Because if so, drop me their username and let them know to expect a request from me. And then the artist says, hey manager, I hope I'm not spamming you with messages here, but I've got an update that might also help us with this somewhat. I heard back from a contact this morning and may be able to get support on the PC chassis, which would help reduce the cost. One of the major things about the PC case was that they were only available in the US, so ordering it to the UK was going to incur a hefty chunk in taxes and international shipping. Plus, it's one of the more expensive cases on the market in the first place. The case alone was going to be 843 USD in my original calculation. If I manage to get support with it because the case has become available to UK distributors, then that could offset the cost entirely. Manager's like, why does it cost so much? Why couldn't you donate it?
Where?
Right? So
Where? You have shown here. Okay. Wait,
because the case has become available to UK distributors, then that could offset the cost entirely. Manager's like,
she's showing here as an excuse to say, why does this cost? She's a, oh my fucking god, Cat. Look, she's already spinning the narrative. Watch.
why does it cost so much? Why couldn't you donate it? Right?
No, it's not that. It's not. She's trying to imply that the manager is asking, and the management would ask some good questions with that, by the way. Those are normal questions. But here's the thing. None here would be, none of this in her fucking screenshot right here is what she's saying. The management is, the new manager is saying that they are asking some questions because they have limited info they were provided. They were asking questions to know you know, inquisitive, you know, doing their fucking job. It's not that they're bitching about the price.
So the artist got confirmation that they were going to get support with the case to help alleviate the pressure of the cost. The manager says, oh, so this is about the cost, right? About labor costs. So just to be sure, that would be 3,400 USD.
Why was this cropped? This is a cropped conversation. Why was this cropped out? Why was this cropped out? Hold up, let's rewind to see. Yeah, it's definitely cropped. Yep. The whole conversation. Let me just zoom in to fit the screen. The whole conversation right here. And I'm gonna be very, very professional and just annihilate my model. And here's what
Place. The case alone was going to.
This is the thing she is trying to mention. Look, just to be sure, this would be 3.5. Let's okay plus UK national living wage, and they're asking about the rate. Okay. Hold up, Kat. You a little bit fucked up here. Little fucky wucky. Okay, let's move. Move ahead like this. Okay. So this was this was deliberately cropped, and I think I know why it was cropped like that. This is the calculation of the UK national standard wage. 13.85 pounds times 40. Okay? 40 is hours. So the guy gave them the mark how much it will take him. 40 hours. He was given, the management was given already an hour how much it will take them. 40 hours, so 1 week. However, the damn fucking artists sent Doki this little shit right here, showing that it took him 3 fucking weeks to build this PC, which makes 0 fucking sense. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Look, what's the standard rate? Oh my fucking god, a day rate. Oh my fucking god. This is why Kat didn't, the artist and the builder and Kat didn't show that conversation, which was clearly cropped. The artist probably said it will take him 1 week. However, he prolongated these weeks to make sure that the labor total cost was double the. Oh my fucking god. This is why Doki said they found it unfaithful. He then later said 120 fucking hours. Meanwhile, here in Kat's little fucking segment, the management is calculating 40 hours. The builder fucking said it would take him 40 hours, which he gave the specific amount, which is, in my opinion, fucking great time to build the PC and everything. This is something a professional could probably do if he spends 8 hours a day to build that PC, wrap it and shit. So this fucking cost was alright. So this was the cost. This is what Doki meant unfaithful and everything. Kat, you stupid moron! You just exposed Doki was right. Oh my god. Oh, I hate being right. Oh my god, this was... Okay, this is so hilarious. Oh my god, she really thought people wouldn't fucking read.
398 pounds. That way they're getting the full value as advertised. If that makes sense, it's up to the team though. The manager says, I will get you in direct contact with Doki and the charity auction bidder to sort these out.
Wait a fucking minute. Okay. The labor cost is that. Okay, so that's the labor cost and value. Alright. So that will be in total 5.8 around. Wait, oh, you bastard. You fucking put it in pounds. Okay, let's go with 6k USD or something around that. Let's go with that. And the auction winner still paid like 7.5k.
Would the pricing be final, so no more additional costs, correct? Like no more shipping and tax costs. And the artist says, okay, can you please do that to sort?
Why did you skip the management part? Why are you skipping this little part? Okay, this. I will get in direct contact with Doki and the charity auction bureau to sort this out. Would the pricing be final, so no more additional costs, like no more shipping, tax costs, and everything. Also, we will have to work out with the bidder if the specs are okay. Oh my fucking god. The manager is clearly showing that they will probably fucking pay. The Doki would pay this. What's the problem?
This out ASAP. It was agreed with manager 1 that your team would handle the shipment of the unit. Hence, any packaging shipping tax isn't included in the estimate I gave you, and it should be written in the PDF I sent. So manager 3 says, so it doesn't make any financial sense at that point. Basically, the item, work, shipping, tax together costs more than the offer the bidder put on the item. I will
Okay, that is a valid fucking thing.
ask Doki what she wishes to do, since this is very badly arranged by ourselves before my time. But a refund to the bidder is what I'm primarily going to advertise because this makes very little sense to me.
It does make very little sense. It really does make very little sense. Let's use the estimate fucking London estimate rate. What the actual fuck? No, it doesn't make any sense. He gave them 40 hours. It's in the little fucking reply that was clearly fucking cropped out. He gave them 40 hours. So the rate would have been fucking this. 1.2, let's say 1.3k British pounds. But he charged double of that. He added another one of these. Okay. Okay. This is bullshit. Yeah, I'm seeing now why the management said this doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
And to be fair, this is fair, right? It's fair to be frustrated that, oh, I hosted a charity to auction off the item and then the item is going to cost more than what the auction is. But this is a whole issue with how the charity was set up in the first place.
So, it was the first management issue, not Doki's.
It should have never happened like this. There should have never been a scenario where in the charity, the item costs more than what the bid for the item was. And whatever management 1 was doing was setting up the auction, because they never confirmed the price of the PC. They started the bid for the PC at 3,500, remember, US dollars, and that was not including labor cost. That was only the...
No, moron, that was the cost of the PC. She's again trying to spin this little narrative. That's the cost of the PC. Why would the auction winner pay for the labor cost? He's not commissioning them. Doki was either way gonna be in a net loss, because she was gonna be the one paying the labor cost as well.
Cost of PC parts, and they picked a random PC build and based it off that using the wrong currency.
No, it's not a random. It was a piece. It wasn't a random PC build. It was a build provided by of a previous build provided by the PC builder. And they thought that was good enough, and they picked that one, which is their God-given right. If he has a problem of that, why did they make the previous build available? There's also another stupid fucking thing where there's the conversion rate, dumbass. Also, you haven't shown what was the fucking previous build. She never shows so far in 30 minutes of this video, she has never shown the fucking price of the PC build, which is the previous PC build. So we don't know if so we don't know what type of build it is. She doesn't even show the fucking PC Builder's PC Picker page, which she shows the link, but it doesn't make it available whatsoever, so that we can check that build, by the way, and then compare it to the charity auction, whether if it's that build or not. So again, this doesn't. Can you all fucking see where this more and more doesn't make sense? The more you're trying to fucking look at what Kat is trying to argue. Kat isn't trying to argue shit.
So the artist says, may I add my assistant to the group chat also? Their name is redacted. The manager 3 says, sure, we can discuss the options and choices, etc., as Doki should be able to make a decision on what the best solution should be. And the artist says, okay, I've added them. Do you mind if I ask what Doki's schedule looks like? We're all in different time zones, and I need to be able to assign time to this while balancing my other clients. It would be a huge help if you and Doki could block out a chunk of time so we can really hammer out the details. I'm dedicated to trying to work this out together. Now we get the group chat with everybody in it, which is the most confusing part of this document because everybody's redacted. This group chat is between the artist assistant, who I'll abbreviate to AA, Doki, the bidder / buyer, and management number 3. So I've labeled everyone. The yellow is the buyer. I've labeled it with like B or buyer. The pink is the artist. The orange is the artist assistant. Green is management number 3. I'll have it like labeled on the screenshots as well. So,
okay, let's read what the buyer did. Hello, I'll post my timeline here. Contact initiated soon after the auction by blank. I said that I wanted to increase the budget of the build hardware, and I was willing to pay that additional price. All right. There was no communication for a while. After prodding, I was notified that the artist had medical conditions. They were gone, and the team was looking for someone to fill in as a new artist. Blank also offered to send the okay, this is the whitest Doki, probably, in a postcard early, which I did not take the offer. Maybe, I don't know.
The conversation opens with the buyer, aka the bidder, clarifying their timeline. Censored is what likely could be manager number 1.
Okay, that is manager number 1, alright? Sorry. Manager 1 then disappeared and subsequently was replaced by Ribby using the same email after several months. Okay, Ribby apologizes and the budget was allocated. No additional information of relevance was exchanged after that point, and Ribby with MIA as well. Okay, what's Doki's problem? Then she had... Okay, I've spent like an hour on this stream already. 31 minutes into this video, and I still have to find any excuse for Doki. Pardon me, no excuse for Doki. I'm still trying to find any excuse to blame Doki for this, because it's her management, yes, but her management went AWOL twice.
1. So the buyer, January 19th, 2020, did increase the budget.
We already read
Ribby
this, so fuck
notified
this.
nor communicated to budget was allocated as well. In the VTuber space, it's known there's a lot of crappy managers. I've covered many of them on my YouTube channel, okay?
Okay. Then you should take that into consideration.
But the thing is, your
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. She's now being a hypocrite. Watch. I'm feeling it.
managers are an extension of you. So is it your manager's fault they absolutely dropped the ball on the auction? Yes.
Yeah, it's the management's fault, not yours. While they are an extension of you, the manager is still the guilty party. Here's what happens in the law when you have somebody. Here's the thing. There is something called shared guilt with this type of stuff in law. And yes, your manager is an extension, right? And the one who is and the manager and the representee are both in guilt. However, law also knows that when management fucks up, that shared guilt is draconic. So there's a second option where if the representee can prove, and Doki did prove, that she basically isn't the main reason for this, and it's all the bad managers thing, the Doki can then just has the right to immediately, and this is how in Serbia, I don't know how it's in Canada, because Doki's in Canada, by the way, representee who is damaged can immediately Doki becomes solidary. How do I say this in English? I don't know. Solidarni poverilac. Solidary. I don't know. Solidary. I don't know how in. Hold up. Let me find it. Ne solidarni poverilac, solidarni dužnik. Solitary debitor, yeah. Solitary debitor. And a solitary debitor then becomes the primary beneficiary. And then she can ask for damages and sue the management instantly. And usually in that case, in cases, it's always a win. Usually, I'm gonna say.
But again, you as the VTuber should have kind of looked over everything before you hit the go live button with the auction.
She was going through health issues, legal battle with Niji Sanji, recovering from attempt on her own damn life, and shit like that. This is something that if somebody sues someone, the court will take into consideration. And it's, at least here in Serbia, it's not, how to say this, weird for the judge to almost absolve the representative of guilt if that happens. Because they had no way to control their management with justified reasons. Especially with these types of cases where one, health is something we call a vismayer. Vismayer basically absolves all guilt. Her attempt on her own life and her other medical issues can be counted on that. Second, the legal battle with Niji Sanji, where she was basically being smeared to the ground, which any sane judge, 9 times out of 10, would take that also into consideration. So already, the level of guilt in Doki's case is very, very at the barest of barest minimums. And usually they wouldn't get that much punished.
Maybe you naively put your full heart's trust in this.
And let me add to the more before we continue on listening to her yap. There's the issue where here she has very much justified reason where she couldn't fucking know what her AWOL management was doing. So in Serbia, she could also be in these some types of situations also absolved of guilt, and the management, the representer, would solely take the blame because because objectively there's now we can say that she couldn't at all control the management. It was out of her hands. So it could be classified that a good lawyer can argue in front of a judge to, at least here in Serbia, and probably in the West it's completely different, but here in Serbia you can actually, a good lawyer could, with all of this, can spin the narrative, well, not spin the narrative, argue, where Doki could not at all objectively control and see what the management was done. And the judge will take that in consideration and possibly even drop the guilt at all to Doki. So this is where Kat should not speak about this types of stuff, because every fucking single case with mismanagement, AWOL management, is very, very separate and different and nuanced. And we have to take everything into consideration. Kat didn't take into consideration the time frame where all this was happening, February 2024, where Dokibird was terminated from Niji Sanji's Selen. Beforehand, around late December, tented on her life. Then 13th, 14th of February, somewhere around that, Niji Sanji made Elira, Ike, and Vox do the infamous black screen stream. And she basically had a document that was supposed to be strictum privatum, strictly private, into hands of people who should not have had it, and she probably had to go legal. And we, she said she called her lawyer and stuff like that, and I'm gonna be very, very honest with you. I think there was legal stuff, but we will never know, because with this types of stuff, it's hush hush and usually signed an NDA afterwards.
Management and trusting they would handle everything correctly. Between the changes of hands, so much was lost. Essentially, if you're a VTuber with management, right, you kind of act like the boss of your own little company. And if somebody gets fired, like manager 1, and then manager 2 gets brought on in corporate, there is a middle person that serves as the handoff between.
She's stupid. She's comparing every corporate to a VTuber. You see, VTubers, big VTubers, do have an LLC. However, they're nowhere near as actual corporate entities. You know? So the problem is then, how do you hire that middleman? That's an additional cost that most even big indie VTubers cannot afford. So she is already using something as an example, but applying it to to a situation where it's a whole different topic, situation, nuance, and everything, and it's unapplicable. She's applying an unapplicable standard. So no, she's bullshitting. If so, then let's go with you. Let's go with Kat's example with her editor. Why didn't you fucking look up the video? You blamed your editor for this. Why did you not review the whole video then? Because with this already, I can see potentially that you lead to accuse Doki even implicitly to pocket the money. Because she's constantly trying to imply that Doki didn't want to pay
person number 1 and person number 2 that gets hired to fulfill the role. So it looks.
Yeah, again, like I said, in normal corporate, what you said, this isn't a normal corporate entity. Not every Dokibird has money, but she doesn't have that much money to have a full-fledged corporation. Like, and people really do not know what an LLC is. You can be here in Serbia. It's called a DO, Društvo ograničene odgovornosti, and it's literally a limited liability company. There are tons of LLCs that only have one person. One person. That's the CEO, the owner, and everything. You know, there's a ton of them. And by her standard that everyone should have a bunch of fucking staff, then Kat, okay, you have. Why don't you have a middletman to your management? Why don't you have somebody to talk to you about these types of stuff? Why? We can apply this to you then. Let's not use VTuber. Let's use every fucking YouTuber that has some sort of fucking following and makes some sort of fucking money, because they have to make an LLC for tax reasons. Okay, so let's then go with this. You also have a not so small following. You definitely are making enough money to do this because you're definitely confident with this, so you're making some money. Okay, why don't you have a manager? Maybe you have a manager. So where's your middleman? Prove to me then. And I know I'm asking for something to prove a negative, but that's the standard she's implying, so.
Looks to me that in whatever is happening with the Dokibird company situation, there was no middleman to make the handoff between manager 1 and manager 2.
How? You're still using a standard, absurd standard. VTubers are a one-man company, basically. You're lucky enough to make enough money to have a manager. How do you then employ a fucking middleman then? How? She's using Doki. She's painting the picture as Doki is a multi-millionaire. Come on. Seriously. Like, dude, this girl doesn't have any fucking legal corporate experience whatsoever, and she's talking about this shit. I have more corporate experience than her. I worked as a fucking assistant to a lawyer in Samsung, for fuck's sake. I know corporate. There's no way your average Joe who has a fucking coffee making business or candle making business, let's say they make some money in that, they don't have, but still they're a one-man operation team basically. Why the fuck would Doki have enough that money to have another person, a middleman, whose job is to do that? No, usually the previous manager informs the new manager in these types of situations, and that happens in corporations as well. Not a lot of them have middlemen. Not a lot of them, unless you're making very good money, then you do. And when I say very good money, I mean a lot of money, not what streamers make. I'm talking about fucking Asmongold levels of money. Because Asmongold definitely makes enough money to fucking have a middleman to inform the new managers and previous managers. Dokibird is very popular, but she's nowhere near Asmongold level. Yet. I really do hope she does.
Go smoothly, being like, hey, manager one, can you make a list of all the projects we have hanging, and then all the things we need to do, and then what manager two needs to do, like, to fill this in, etc. And again, I would say
but the manager went AWOL. You know they went AWOL. Why do you... There we go. She's spinning the narrative. She is at the start. She said she made a doc. She definitely was aware what the fuck was happening. Hold on. Let's go with management stuff. What did you just say?
Clearly, also confirmed this in DM for the shipping, and then also in that same VOD, she mentions having a duplicate of each to the artist until a year. Confusing because a bunch of people are redacted. In teal is manager number one, in pink is the artist and builder. I realized later, so I did that in the second half of the document, that those who are colorblind are not going to be able to figure out loud, but it will be more clear later on of the document that those who are colorblind are not going to be able to figure out what is teal and what is pink. I'm really sorry. I'll try to make it clear for when I'm reading this out loud, but it will be more clear later on in the document. Manager number one says, hi there. And this behavior research fund. You know what? That's actually a good question. Behavior research, good charity off this to you guys because artists would be paid. 1. Doki states February 20th themselves to all artists in one-of-a-kind Doki theme.
I'm trying to find the management thing.
So, some more information. Doki's VOD also says the manager that will be censored, we will label them manager number one as helping grant Doki access to Tiltify and setting up the auction. A little bit of foreshadowing. Why are they called manager one? You will see that there's actually 3 managers that get involved in this scenario. So
she already has now shown that there was management issues where they were bad fucking managers and shit like that. All right. So she is aware that the first and second manager were malicious at one point, and they went AWOL and tried to take her IP and everything like that. But then
said, quote, the budget was allocated as well. They absolutely dropped the ball on the auction. Yes. But again, I would say that as the VTuber, the head of the brand, you should have line of sight into what's happening in your company, in the management that's going on. If you have no line of sight, I would argue that's mismanagement of your part, because it's your responsibility to make sure things aren't screwing up down below, you know? Again, if the managers are doing little things, one-off, etc., the manager dropped the ball, sure. The way a company works, the higher up is the one that gives the okay, that signs off on the project. With companies, even with like a little social media...
But she is, and here she is completely spinning the narrative where she is trying to imply that the managers were not what they were, it seems. She's downplaying out what the malicious previous management Doki had. So she's downplaying it. You know, one side then the next, she completely says a different thing. So, it doesn't make sense.
A manager that makes a tweet, typically there is a senior social media manager, a senior social producer that looks at the post before it goes live and okays the post to go live. So
That's if you have enough money to hire those types of people. Do you understand that the TED takes a lot of money with this type of shit? Like, she is so oblivious to everything. Doki is not a multi-million-dollar corporation where she can hire multiple people like this. She's not Asmongold where she can do that.
Regardless of whether the person below you screwed up or not, sucks, right? But you as the before it went live. So, but maybe because Doki has no experience with PC builds, they just didn't realize, or because of miscommunication, they thought that the budget was okay when it wasn't, right? Hindsight's always 2020, so we can't necessarily fault Doki for not knowing everything.
And also, she couldn't have because of the legal issues and health issues she already had, which were public knowledge, which you are completely fucking obscuring, by the way.
Because maybe manager lied to them and was like, yeah, the artist said 3,500 was okay when it wasn't okay. So that could...
Okay, so you're aware that the management probably lied. Okay, so that absolves her of all guilt. If she was lied to, then what the fuck?
Could be possible.
Then why did you spend fucking 3.5 minutes trying to fucking explain this?
Doki for, and you'll see this later in the document because we just touched upon it, is how the rest of it was handled. Because again, the auction screwed up. The auction for the PC bombed. Like, it was a mess of a situation. Now we have a steaming pile of poop and somebody needs to clean it up. And no...
Foreshadowing, you have a much bigger steaming pile of poop, Kat.
Nobody wants to fix it. Literally, nobody wants to deal with it. And that is the problem. Who screwed it up and who effed up the auction, in my opinion, is the least of the worries of the situation. Because what we have now is a buyer, a fan of Doki's, who bid $6.6 thousand. So this buyer is out of the money with no PC in hand. That is the big issue here. So who's gonna fix this? At this point, the buyer has now been waiting for 10 months. The artist then apologizes for the buyer's wait and summarizes their health concerns. They then ask about questions they've had about the project. So this is on January 19th, 2025. The artist says, to clarify, I sent over a PDF with details about the project to Doki and team, but to move forward with the project, I need estimated project costs to be confirmed by Doki, to chat about the hardware the buyer would like upgraded, to confirm and discuss shipping details. I can send the hardware list I put together if needed. The components I pre-selected are black, but buyer, what is your preference when it comes to component colorways? This appears to be the first mention of there being a request for 2 PCs, not one, to the artist. The artist never had an agreement with Doki or their management for even one PC, the first one they thought, the only one they thought they were building, let alone this second PC that was floating around as an idea. So buyer, saying, good to hear that your health is back on track, and the buyer says, my understanding in the beginning was it was supposed to be Doki would get one of each item herself, but I believe not long after she got a PC and this probably fell off her radar of things she needed. So I'm not sure if there's a requirement to pair up builds to reduce the workload. So Doki then joins in, apologizing and moving the convo forward. So Doki says, hi, sorry for the late reply to all of this. I'll be reading through the replies. I'll be handling it personally instead of my staff since they're all busy and it was my fault the PC stuff got delayed, since I didn't realize the miscommunication got this bad until I was dragged back in and notified about it a few weeks ago. I really apologize again for the delays on this auction item. If there's something you need from me and I don't reply back in time within 48 hours, just ping me again, because my messages get super swamped every day. Since I don't think I'll be needing another PC, we can allocate the funds to getting the buyer's PC made with the parts they want.
Did you hear what she read? Since I don't think I'll be needing another PC, we can allocate the funds to getting the buyer PC made. So the twinning part, all right? She is now, how do I say this? Giving up her twinning and offering that instead of paying her 3.5k PC copy, she's gonna put that in so the buyer can get the better PC. This is completely contradicting now when she around somewhere here tried to imply that the Doki would pay only this. It shows that Doki would pay her own PC and pay for the her copy and the PC for the charity auction.
Starting price of the auction, how much the project builds and used that number as the estimate $3,500. However, that's wrong. The estimate of the artist's and the build cost was $30. So the price estimate is extremely confusing.
Yeah, here. She also, I mean, let's look what she says, and then we're gonna go back to this.
Confusing because, as mentioned previously, Doki had also mentioned wanting a duplicate of each item to twin with the auction winner. A second PC was never mentioned to the artist, and you see in the DMs between Manager 1 and the artist, no talk of a second PC. Also, the 3,500 USD price tag does not clarify whether it's 3,500 for one PC or 3,500 for the cost of two PCs to be.
See? And now let's go back here. Let's go back to the Doki. Here we go. Since I don't think I'll be needing another PC, we can allocate the funds getting the buyer's PC made with all the parts she wants. So that means that the artist knew that Doki was paying 2 times 3.5k. She was paying for both PCs. Kat lied around the 8 minute mark, the 8 or 9 minute mark. She is lying. And then she so already we have another red flag with Kat. What is this red flag now? I stopped counting at 7. Can you already see the bullshit?
I really apologize again for the delays on this auction item. If there's something you need from me and I don't reply back in time within 48 hours, just ping me again, because my messages get super swamped every day. Since I don't think I'll be needing another PC, we can allocate the funds to getting the buyer's PC made with the parts they want. Unless you'd like us to have similar PCs to share, I also don't mind as a special feature. Please feel free to let me know. So this is also weird and confusing. Again,
it's not confusing. You're saying it's confusing because you're kind of aware that it contradicts what you have said around the 8th or 9th minute mark.
Doki had mentioned on stream that she wanted a duplicate of every item so that she could match with the buyer. That's a cute idea. And that wasn't made clear from the Tiltify. The starting bid for the Tiltify.
Why would she? She made it clear on the stream. She made it, she said it on the stream. She was very clear on the stream that it was that. It was public knowledge. It was a VOD that anybody could have seen, and people probably clipped it. So it was public knowledge. So, red flag number fucking 11, let's say. What the fuck?
Tiltify was set at $3,500. It was listed as for one PC. $3,500 for.
Yes. Yes. Why would she list her own fucking copy of the PC, which she is privately buying and paying for? You know? Why the fuck are you trying to do that? I mean, I know what she's doing because she's trying to create a narrative so that to make Doki appear that she is trying to fucking skew the amount she has to pay.
For one PC, here is a PC part picker of what the artist had made, of a previous build the artist made, so you can get an idea of what you're gonna get. Pulling a PC part picker of a previous build without consulting the artist first, not a good idea. The buyer states there's no need for matching PCs, then lists the desired specs. The artist expressed not being comfortable doing enterprise.
This is a clearly fucking cropped thing. And it says secondly. So we don't know what's the first. Wow, man. How the fuck did she think that some clearly cropped, without other further context, screenshots are good info? Oh my god.
Level builds and the buyer understands, going back and forth on parts and how the build would look like. A chicken versus egg situation happens where management 3 asks for the part list to determine a quote, whereas the buyer and the artist want to know what the budget is before choosing parts. Below is a screen grab of a convo between Management 1 and the artist about payment that happened early 2024 when this project began. So this is what Management 1 said. Secondly, regarding the payment for the PC, I know that's probably up in the air at the moment, so we can stay in contact and figure that out as the project progresses or as we have a more clear idea of projected cost. I did base the market value off your previous builds, and we would like to stay around that general cost for the...
Okay, so again, this is a nothing burger. This is literally a fucking nothing burger. If it was a problem, why did the artist fucking show their previous builds? They liked that build, they picked that build, and they wanted that build. That's it.
Parts themselves. By the way, do you see this? We would like to stay around that general cost for the parts themselves.
Yeah, and? Why isn't that highlighted, by the way? For the parts themselves. Okay. That means they want to pay 3.5k for the parts. That means that they're gonna pay the labor cost. You stupid. Let's continue. Let's see what she's gonna say. Oh, hold on. Let's see what she's gonna say.
So Manager 1 is telling the artist, we would like to stay around that cost for the parts. The cost of the previous build, the 3,500 USD. So up until this point, the artist 1 thinks there's only one PC, but 2, the...
Why? Why is that a problem? They would probably been notified beforehand. Doki would have probably said that to him down the line. Or Management 1 was being malicious. But then again, she said it on stream. It was public knowledge. So and they would probably notify them.
The artist is under...
I mean, no, wait, hold up. I retract what I said. Doki herself says that she doesn't want a new PC, implying that they were aware of the PC she wanted to be matching PC build. Okay, so you're lying. Fair enough.
Buyer and the artist want to and figure that out as the project progresses or as we have a more clear idea of projected costs themselves. By the way, do you see this? Is telling the artist, we would like to stay around that cost for the part. Very, very fairly, because this is exactly what they were told, that the 3,500 USD, which was a wrong number because it should be in British pound.
No, there's a conversion rate. She's really trying to hammer that down. Of course, because she doesn't make the information available.
This would be for parts. So the artist up until this point is assuming labor was going to be additional. Whereas Doki and I guess other management 3 is under the assumption the 3,500 USD, the wrong number.
Do you have proof that they assumed that? Do you have the proof that they assumed that?
Is for everything. Parts, PC build, shipping, which Doki said they would pay for everything, was going to be in that 3,000.
No. Nowhere was said that. Nowhere.
500 number. For more context, the buyer had the intention of upgrading the build to their desired specs and was willing to pay out of pocket for the difference between the allotted budget and their desired build. The buyer says, I see. I was working with the mindset of Doki providing her budget, and with that amount, I know how much I may or may not need to add to the pot. For example, if the total was 4K and I'm only willing to contribute 2K, the total would be 6K. Or if the total was then 5K for the budget, I would add 2K and the total would be 7,000, which would give an additional 1,000 for me to choose parts I want. Thus, having an idea of how much I have to work with will undoubtedly affect my choices. So the artist says, I like to emphasize this point as I've
Hold up. Okay.
been working with the same mindset, replying to the buyer about what the buyer just said. We're both waiting on a budget estimate from Doki as we can't move forward without at least a ballpark. The artist then expresses needing to hear from Doki to continue moving the project forward. And the artist says, at this point, I'm finding it hard to continue dedicating time to the project without Doki's personal involvement. She's the only one who can make key decisions on behalf of her business, and her input is critical to moving things along. I keep sensing that this project might not make financial sense, and I'm genuinely concerned about the risk of...
Yeah, the ballpark, 3.5.
not being compensated
You were shitting on everyone. The builder was shitting on everyone about that, but they already had the calculations.
for the hours I've already put
And again, they said there was a problem with that because he gave them 40 the artist gave them 40 hours. However, he calculated the labor cost wrong. He added an additional week in the fucking DMs. So that's why it doesn't make sense. He gave them 40 hours. All right? That is 1.280 fucking quid. This is, by the way, not from me spitballing. It's literally what he calculated. Look. 888, 40 hours. Vabam. But it was 2,380, something like that. So it's like here. So already, he added an additional week. Therefore, there's a reason why the management said that it doesn't make sense. He was, in January, trying to... He was trying to fucking... Hold up. Let me show you again. So I was at 4028. Hold up. Nah, you're not getting away with this now, Cat. Nah, fuck off. I'm gonna redo it again. I am literally spurging out, but fuck it. There we go. So let's go lawyer mode. All right, let's go lawyer mode. I'm gonna fucking argue. See, this is the little thing. This is, by the way, cut. Nowhere is shown. All right, this is the little convo. Nowhere. So this was cut out, but the fool fucking has a reply. Here is the fucking the calculation, the manager with the info that was provided to in the PDF by the builder has added UK living wage 1.85 quid times 80 times 40 fucking hours. That is 40 hours times 4.33. I don't know what that fucking thing is. Maybe tax, maybe I don't know. But they added to so the living wage is 2,398.22k British pounds. But he added 4, so it's 40 hours. And if I don't know if my math is right then, but this is the fucking 40-hour mark. Oh, pardon me. This is the 40-hour mark. So it's double the amount of the fucking cost of labor. It's doubled. And it just and then you have the fucking brass fucking balls. Then at 4022 say this.
half of her business, and her input is critical to moving things along. I keep sensing that this project might not make financial sense, and I'm genuinely concerned about the risk of not being compensated for the hours I've already put in. Since we don't have any
they said that they didn't they did that there was no minute. Yes, there wasn't. It's your fault. You're trying to fucking scrape double the amount what you already would put in as labor costs. Fuck off.
And I'm genuinely concerned about the risk of not being compensated for the hours I've already put in. Since we don't have any form of contract yet.
Do you have proof that you have shown the hours you put in, by the way? Do you have proof that you already put in, by the way? Doki said you didn't prove any proof of labor.
I haven't been able to establish standard creative industry practices, such as a kill fee. So far, I've already put in significant time with concept art, drafting of proposals, communications, but without a clear budget, I've been shooting in the dark and undercharging my services in the process, in an attempt to make this work with undefined parameters. I really hope that you can understand I can't put in any more hours or change the cost breakdown I've already given until I actually know what the upper limit financial constraints are, and what the...
Yeah, because you didn't fucking give them the upper. Because you tried to scrape them off the fucking budget with the labor cost.
The Doki team is doing to make this work. I want to feel like we're all aligned and giving our best effort to deliver a lovely product to a client who has been waiting for a year. And the buyer says, sad face, with that in mind, to keep the chat on topic, I'll refrain from doing what I said earlier so messages don't get pushed up. Refrain from narrowing down the list of parts. By the way, again, do I really need to indicate and show you guys just how much management is dropping the ball. Because why is it the artist and buyer being the proactive ones here, being like, how can we get this to work? What's the budget? Like, we really need the budget to know what we can work on. Here's what I need from you. Please give me what I need.
But the budget was already suggested. However, the management already found something fucking not working, because he was doubling the amount of labor cost compared to the hours he allocated.
Management's just like yapping in the back, I guess. And Doki replied a day later. So Doki says, hello everyone, sorry again for the late reply. For the budget, it will be 6 to 7K. I'm willing to squeeze an extra 3 to 400 USD if the parts go over due to the long wait. So the maximum I'm willing to go will be 7.4K, depending on if the parts do go over budget a little bit. So the buyer responds, thank you for getting back to us. However, I believe there's still many points that need to be agreed upon before we may continue any further, specifically between Doki and Doki staff and the artist. If the price of raw parts of the build were originally slated to be around 3.5K, how much was additionally to be set aside for the artist's work? Their labor. Does the new budget upward of 7.4K include the cost of labor or not? If so, what percentage of it is supposed to be? Given how things have gone so far, is whatever previous estimate made for the artist's work still the same? And how does the new proposed base budget by Doki play with new estimates? Finally, it would be best if discussions on topics such as shipping, compensation, and some concrete estimates be made between Doki and Management 3 and the artist, probably using 3.5 to 4K of base parts as an estimate. Before work progresses any further, she mentioned wanting to adhere to industry practices, which I believe is a good idea. Without any formality, it makes it too easy for discussions work to proceed before getting canceled and wasting even more of everyone's time. There were obviously additional administrative issues that I have not brought up and are out of my wheelhouse. As Doki previously stated, she will be handling this personally. She should raise such issues. I believe I should not be bringing this up. You know, this is the saddest part. The fact that the buyer is the one advocating for the artist to be paid fairly for their labor, when management number 3 was trying to get the artist to donate the PC for free.
Lies. That was a fucking lie. That was a fucking lie.
The fact that the buyer is the one advocating for the artist to be paid fairly for their labor, when management number 3 was trying to get the artist to donate the PC for free.
No. That's not what was written. That was not what was written. What they mean by donated, it means that it wasn't given to the item was not built and donated to the charity auction winner. This isn't what that means. She is deliberately lying and misinterpreting her own evidence. Oh, Cat, I caught you red-handed. Oh boy, this is gonna be fun. Let us go back. No.
Parts. By the way, again, do I really need to indicate and be set aside for the compensation and some concrete estimates be made between Doki and Management 3 before work progresses any further? She mentioned wanting it too easy. Previously stated up. You know, this is the saddest part. The fact that the buyer is the one advocating for the artist to be paid fairly for their labor, when management number 3 was trying to get the artist to donate the PC for free. 3 cats in a trench coat would have done a better job than this management, honestly.
Yeah, this little part right here.
Be bringing this up. You know, this is the saddest part. The fact that the buyer is the one advocating for the artist to be paid fairly for their labor, when management number 3 was trying to get the artist to donate the PC for free.
Yeah, you could be. This can be counted as a defamation, but not per se, but per quid. She has to prove that. But however, a lawyer, I mean, a law student already debunked that little thing. I don't even want to imagine Kat's position if an actual, good lawyer with a lot of practice would do with that little screenshot she's shown around the 8-minute mark.
3 cats in a trench coat would have done a better job than this management, honestly.
And more than and probably one chimpanzee would have done a better video than you.
I can totally see how this was well-meaning, but like the way it was set up was doomed to fail, and then the handling of it afterwards was atrocious. So, Management 3 brings...
Yeah, it is the Management ones who was malicious towards Doki's fault. Nobody's denying that. However, you're trying to paint it as Doki's fault.
Up the total auction amount for the PC being $6,600 and suggesting a refund. So management writes, but keep in mind, the auction offer was $6,600 and Doki is already willing to up that amount. If it goes much further above that upped amount, then honestly, I suggest a refund at that point, because from a management perspective, this already doesn't make much sense to me. But she feels very bad about the long wait and how things have been handled in the past by previous management. The buyer pushes...
Okay, so what the fuck is the problem then? Okay.
Back on this notion and suggests a build estimate. The buyer says, the auction was for charity. That number should not be considered the actual amount for the build. It could have been raised to $20K if we had additional dedicated bidders.
Was this even the buyer? What the fuck the buyer is doing all of this? Never mind.
Additionally, as it is charity, it is against the spirit to use that as the budget cost. I believe there should be an actual fixed price for this build that should have existed regardless of the charity auction bid. This is why I asked the question regarding the original and current budget. So the original build estimate was $3,500 for parts plus the artist's labor estimated at auction time plus administrative fees. So the current build estimate is $3.5K for parts that are subject to change plus the artist's labor estimated at auction time, plus the artist's labor post-auction, plus administrative fees and hassle fees.
Post-auction labor? That is new to me.
Plus Doki's new contributions. The question is then who is paying for it and how much is the artist's labor estimated at auction time?
No, post-auction labor and pre-auction labor should not be counted as separate. It's labor. However, where's the proof of labor? Nowhere we are shown that they have done the labor.
Time. If this value and was always approximately $3,500, then Doki's new contribution might as well be zero, and I will be responsible for any additional fees incurred. This is why I wanted clarification to all and more of the questions above. It is possible that the 7K figure which Doki has to contribute, the real cost of the build, has not changed, therefore leading to a convenient misconception that there were additional funds diverted to this now that Doki is not obtaining a PC from Redacted. Where again, it's confusing because there's so many moving parts, because there was the talk of the second PC. So in the previous estimate, the artists provided to management, they undercharged their labor at minimum wage because they felt pressure to accommodate the unspoken...
I still don't understand how is this not known to the artist, the builder. She said by her own words, Doki publicly said it. Therefore, the management would have probably told him as well. Okay, we already shown the cat is lying here about the management free was telling them to donate the PC for free. That's a lie. So now everything what I hear now you say is a lie. Like there is always a lot lying. So where is the part where show me the full convo? I want the full convo between management 1 and the fucking artist, not these little snippets here and there. The full fucking convo from start to fucking finish. Because now you're, at this point, I already shown and proved that you were lying about manager free, guilt tripping the artist to donate the PC for free, which wasn't. So now I think you're lying about not knowing about the second PC as well. Because why would then she obfuscate this? However, publicly say it. That doesn't make any sense. Especially with Doki's track record. We already have a pre-built track record how she acts. So, you have to show... So, either way, you have to show me this. I'm sorry.
Budget of $3,500. Again, the $3,500 USD quote is based only off PC parts and never accounted for labor costs. Remember, that was literally what Management 1 said. Quote, I did base the market value off your previous builds and we would like to stay around that general cost for the parts themselves.
Yes, for the parts themselves. That doesn't mean they're not gonna... That's not the total. of what they were gonna pay, you know, labor. This is misinterpretation. This is deliberate misinterpretation.
End quote, referring to 3,500 USD. The buyer advocates
For the parts, not the labor. The problem was always the labor cost because he was doubling the amount.
for the artist to be paid fairly for labor. So this is just me with a little tinfoil hat, okay? But
oh, here we go. Oh, she better be careful what she's gonna say.
to me, it smells like Manager 3 kind of wanted to like...
Because I'm listening while moving stuff off, hearing your input from the law. It's not just law aspect at this point, it's just common sense.
try to beat down the artist and buyer enough times so that they could get the artist to like say they were gonna do the build for free.
Motherfucker, that's defamation pro quid! She said it! She said it! She said it! She said the oh yeah, here in Serbia I could have definitely, if she was Serbian, I would definitely have sued her for that. And I would have win. Oh my fucking god. Okay, I'm gonna go back at this. One more fucking time. Now she really is saying this. She's saying it as a statement.
To me, it smells like Manager 3 kind of wanted to like try to beat down the artist and buyer enough times so that they could get the artist to like say they were gonna do the build for free, to like give in essentially, or
But 8.20, let's see, where are you? La da 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 da. Fucking hell, where is the management 3 thing again? I'm so dead tired of yeah, there we go, sorry, and the 19th minute mark. Here we go. Here it is. Let me show you. Once the fucking again, and to the listeners, I'm unsure how exactly this came to be and why Doki has to pay this out of her own pocket and the item isn't donated. That's when anybody who has a clear fucking reading comprehension, that means the item isn't donated to the auction winner, not for the BC builder to do it for free. Because here's the funny part, Kat. This is where language comes in, okay? If they wanted to imply that the builder should have donated free, why they would have added, why haven't you donated the item? Language 101. But no,
confusing because so
the fucking manager has clearly said with anybody who has a frontal lobe, why the item and the item isn't donated to the fucking charity winner, because it was a fucking charity item auction. The correct English term is donated. Yes. Yes. So no, once again, that doesn't mean that, I'm gonna again say this. What the manager said isn't the fucking thing you're saying right here with your tinfoil hat.
that's right, you paid. So when they set the original months later that there was supposed to be a second PC, Management 3 explains how the charity auction was. It smells like Manager 3 kind of wanted to like...
So once again, a third time, let me show this the third time. This is what she has now said.
Oil hat, okay? But to me, it smells like Manager 3 kind of wanted to like try to beat down the artist and buyer enough times so that they could get the artist to like say they were gonna do the build for free, to like give in essentially, or to do the...
But the manager has clearly said, I'm unsure how this came to be and why Doki has to pay this out of her own pocket and the item isn't donated. Again, in saying that why it wasn't donated to the fucking charity winner, dumbass. Reading comprehension. I have stated this so many fucking times. This could be argued as defamation right here. Not to Doki, but towards the manager. But then again, she is trying desperately to connect Doki with all of this, that it's all her behind the scenes. So, yes, here in Serbia, I could sue her for that. But I don't know how it's in California, where Kat is based. So I don't know. But here in Serbia, 110% I would have sued her.
This is just me with a little tinfoil hat, okay? But to me, it smells like Manager 3 kind of wanted to like try to beat down the artist and buyer enough times so that they could get the artist to like say they were gonna do the build for free, to like give in essentially, or to do the build for not charging for labor so they could only have to pay 3,500 for parts USD, and then he—
Oh my god, this is even worse. Continue.
he get away with it. That's what it kind of feels to me like what Manager 3 is trying to do. You'll see later, because
You're feeling. You're stating it kind of as a fact. Here's the thing. She said this multiple fucking times.
the language gets a little manipulative in my opinion, but that's my little tinfoil hat theory, okay?
I don't care if it's your opinion. Your opinions can get you sued. That's what defamation is.
Okay, I'm not claiming that's what that actually is, but it's—
You're not claiming. Fuck off, you were.
it's happening. My little conspiracy theory. Twirling my mustache over here. So the artist says, my rate at the time of—
You were saying that shit multiple times in the span of 46 minutes. Multiple times. I could count it 3 or 4 times at least. How she was trying to say this. The same damn thing. Oh my fucking god. I don't give a shit. No, you can't say this. Especially now when you're the primary source. Nah. She's also trying to fucking act like she isn't the one who wrote this fucking doc. That's the primary source of information. My god.
auction would have been £32 per hour. I've lightly tweaked the cost breakdowns these past weeks to match with market fluctuations for components, but being fully honest and open here, I am undercharging my fees at £13.85 per hour, which is the UK London living wage. I thought that by undercharging, it could alleviate the financial pressure that seemed to be getting in the way with the budget, and I wanted to make sure the project got honored because it's for charity. The minimum base rate—
You still fucking doubled the amount and compared to the work hours you allocated, dumbass.
I should be charging is £32 per hour. And then the artist responds to Doki getting a PC. The artist is like, wait, Doki was obtaining a PC from me? I'm out of the loop because I'm confused about an extra PC that keeps being mentioned. From—
Where give us the whole fucking screenshots, dear. Also, it's been that is January 1st this year. It's been a year since he fucking has communicated with Doki's management and anything like that about the PC. There's also, here's the funny thing, he could have fucking forgot. He could have. It's been a year. And he could have fucking forgot.
my understanding of going through this, the only time Doki had mentioned getting like a second PC or like a duplicate was on stream. It wasn't mentioned in the tweets that Doki put out that the artist applied to be one of the people chosen to make stuff for the charity. And it was never mentioned in DMs to the artist. The artist had no idea. So
show us the DMs, the full convo. Show us the convo. You haven't shown the convo. No, they won't. Why would they? If they address it, they are gonna get there's potentially legal issues, Mew.
again, how the hell did the artist find out over 10 months later that there was supposed to be a second PC?
You haven't shown the fucking full-on conversation. The only thing you have shown is this. And clear-cut fucking snippets.
Contract, and I'm waiting to hear you guys or Doki. Just a note, my concept art also never looks like the final be big. That gives me a lot of reassurance since custom projects
I'm providing any of this. No, fuck off. That's just part of the convo. We need a full conversation here, mate. Because I already shown you lied about 1, the conversion rate, how the PC picker works. 2, you lying about the fucking fact that the Badger Free was trying to to beat down the PC builder so that they could get a fucking donate the PC, quote unquote, but that was never fucking implied, nor said, nor intended. Let's see, maybe I missed it. Let's see, 21st of March. Hi, 2nd of March, maybe? I don't know. Where's Doki's tweet? Let me fucking find it. I mean, she mentioned it on the stream. Again, maybe the fucking manager one did a good thing and mentioned it. But then again, if he didn't, that's management one's thing. Doki would have eventually talked with them and they would just say, hey, also, where's my PC? Huh? And they'd be like, huh? Okay, then I'm just gonna pay, I want the PC later on. Just give the donator the PC. It still is a nothing burger. Literally. It's still a fucking nothing burger.
Already doesn't make much sense to possible that the 7K try to beat down the artist to be one of the people chosen to make stuff for the charity. And it was never mentioned in DMs to the artist. The artist had no idea. So again, you haven't shown the whole DMs. Already caught you lying twice. At this point, I want the full conversation because I don't believe you that the artist wasn't notified at all. Again, it's been over 10 months. He probably could have forgotten. Because here's the thing, most people don't fucking read messages from 10 months ago. How the hell did the artist find out over 10 months later that there was supposed to be a second PC? Management 3 explains how the charity auction was set up with a formula that makes absolutely no sense for how these functions typically go.
And you know how they fucking go?
It will be shown later as well, but typically for charity auctions, all items auctioned off are donated by generous donors. People bid on the item, and the total sum of what is bid on is donated to charity.
Again, once again, I'm gonna ask this question. How the fuck this is Doki's fault? Doki already shown on the fucking doc that her management was completely fucking malicious. Which would excuse her from guilt. Because she was lied as well, probably then. That here in Serbia would a lot of times excuse her from the guilt and make the solitary debitor the manager. You're the only VTuber talking about that ever got this heated on this situation. It doesn't make sense. She's implying some serious legal stuff as well. So casually, without a shadow of a doubt. But barely providing any evidence. It doesn't make sense. Again, I caught her lying 2 times. And 11 times in that, in total, I caught her misinterpreting shit. Deliberately. She has the full, she's the only one who has seen these DMs. She has the full access to the DMs, but she hasn't shown us everything. She has clearly cropped this. For fuck's sake, we have in a replied message which was clearly fucking cropped out. And my model died because I'm moving so much. Where he was the Manager 3 was confirming the hour, the labor cost math which was provided to him by the fucking builder. The builder, in the replies, which was in her evidence, was shown 40, which was 40 hours. That's definitely how the fucking math works, if I'm correct. 40 hours. And the total labor cost was 380, something like that. But in the fucking other, the statement here, which was also provided to Doki, well, fuck off, is for 40 hours, 1,280 pounds, which was half of the amount. So, and then she's saying that the manager threw basically a hissy fit because it didn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Because that's not the fucking hour mark.
For example, 5 people donate PCs. The host will then auction the PCs. They'll raise, I don't know, 100K, and thus all 100K minus processing fees will go to the charity. The host doesn't.
Who told you this? You said that you don't know shit about this. Who told you this? This is because this is some information. Who told you this? You didn't. So who? If it was secondhand, they could be lying.
For PCs because it was explicitly noted they were a donation with the sole purpose of raising the money for charity. This is the fault of the first management team that set this auction up. Most of the cases with charity auctions, again, people donate the item. Any amount donated, even if $1, that is profit. Not profit in your pocket, but profit for the charity to go to the charity as a donation. The issue comes up.
No, it's not called a profit, but go on.
Is if you're buying an item to then donate and the item wasn't paid for yet, okay?
Because the labor cost wasn't fucking properly calculated.
That is why this screwed up so badly, because they're donating a custom commission item from an artist that was not completed yet.
Which was also the price of the parts, which you clearly have shown. Wait, where am I? 48.19. But you have shown clearly the first management did something good because they fucked you over there. Because here, the base market value of your previous builds and for the general cost of the parts themselves. 3.5K, they put it as the auction price because it is that's what you put on the auction. You only estimate the item's worth. Not adding in the labor cost, which you, when you're commissioning to buy, you pay separately. Doki was either way gonna pay for the, which everything was shown. She was clearly gonna pay the fucking labor cost as well. Basically here she also fucking implied. I was shown it in the stream, so you just fucking watch the VOD and you will see. I don't know when it was, but she was implying that she was. I think that was a fucking slip of the tongue with Kat. I'm gonna give her that much of a benefit of the doubt because she implied that there was. That the money for that were gonna be paid from the money from the charity auction. Like, I'm serious. Like, Kat is fumbling the bag so hard. It doesn't make sense, Kat.
To the charity as a donation. The issue comes up is if your item cost. So when they set the original number, it kind of makes sense to be like, well, whatever the product is, we're gonna buy it. We're gonna set the base cost. So the base cost will be the cost of the product, and then anything extra would go to charity. But you fail to consider hidden fees, operating costs, whatever, and especially when it comes to custom-built PCs. A product.
Why would they tell? No. Why would they take that into consideration about the fucking PC? Why would they artificially inflate the value of the item of the auction? Especially for charity, where that is kind of malicious actions. You know? Why would they do that? The item of the value, it was in fact 3.5, which were the value of the parts, which they were paying for. That for the auction doesn't give that doesn't mean shit for the labor costs, because he's not gonna get paid from the auction money that is specifically going to charity. If it was a regular auction, then you can argue this, but this is charity. They were being paid beforehand. They were commissioning that guy. They were already operating on a net loss. They're not making any money whatsoever. So again, Mew, if you're still here, am I making sense at this point right now? What I'm trying to say, that Kat doesn't make sense what she's saying. She's very much misinterpreting everything.
that is really expensive to build. It's fair for it to cost the way it does, right? You pay for labor, the expertise, right? Any little screw up, the PC doesn't work, high risk, high reward. Those things are always going to cost more. But I think nobody in this process, including Doki, realized how expensive a custom PC is. The price was astronomically way too low.
Okay, then they should have fucking recalculated everything. But then again, she gave that to the management because she was on God knows how many fucking problems. Like I said, my only critique for Doki is that she fucking did that charity auction way too soon. But here's the problem: the charity stuff has to fucking be organized beforehand, way beforehand, ahead of time. Nobody could have predicted that Doki would have fucking got into a legal suit with Niji Sanji, or her health would have gone down because of that. Who knows? So then again, that's a Vismaya. So then again, I would pretty much absolve Doki of all guilt. The management, first and second management, was clearly shown to be malicious towards Doki. They were trying to take their IP and stuff like that. This was public knowledge. This is public knowledge now. So the issue then was that absolves also Doki's fault. So Doki is not at fault. You should blame the fucking managers. What's the problem with Doki? Because you're trying to pin everything on Doki. That it's her. But no, there's no barely any shared guilt.
Should have been minimum bid 7.5k, like straight up minimum bid.
Who says it wouldn't be? Who says it wouldn't be? You have shown that the third management was clearly fucking calculating the labor cost in addition to that as well. So they were pretty much open to this. Also, you haven't shown all the conversations between management 1 and 2. Between management 1, 2, and the builder. You haven't shown all of the conversation. You have only shown snippets, not the full convo.
And I feel like anybody with...
And then again, he says that he already did work. Show proof of labor. Why would they pay for labor that they didn't ever get proof of?
Like custom PC experience, which I don't even have any really, would look at the 3.5k number and be like, how am I getting this for this much? Because that's not adding up. It's
no. Unless, here's the thing why I'm saying no. You haven't shown the specs. You haven't shown the specs whatsoever. 50 minutes in, she hasn't shown a single specification of the build of the PC. I don't know it. If anybody has, then please do send me.
Way too low. But again,
Doki has shown the fucking specs actually, but at that point of time, Kat, didn't.
Buyer's responsibility. So manager 3 says, hey buyer, I understand what you're saying, but you seem to be missing a few parts. Regularly in charity auctions, there is an existing item or service donated, and people bid on this, raising the maximum amount for a good cause. Previous management and Doki set this auction up totally differently. Basically, Dokibird is paying for a lot of these items fully herself. Might as well donate the money directly at that point in my view. Why this was set up this way baffles me until this day, and that's why, as you can sense, my need to stay within and around the offered amount, hence my remark.
This is actual proper management. They didn't want to fucking... they wanted to stay on that mark, okay? So that they can fucking organize this shit. That doesn't mean that they probably wouldn't eventually have done that. Okay.
Which... okay, this also to me makes no sense.
How doesn't it make sense?
Basically, Dokibird is paying for a lot of these items fully herself, end quote. One, that should never happen in a charity setup.
I'm speechless. I'm speechless. It makes perfect sense. One, she's organizing the charity. Two, she's commissioning the fucking PC. Of course she's gonna pay. Of course she's gonna pay it fully herself. That's actually a good thing.
But two, Dokibird never spent a single cent at this point on this PC. From my
Yes, because it wasn't built! Because the problem was they couldn't they were constantly trying to fucking argue about the what parts. They were not even specific parts, and after the word parts being fucking picked, he was fucking trying to scrape more of the labor cost than he should have, in an unfair way. It makes perfect sense.
My understanding. I read through like the entire group chat messages between all of these people.
How can I? Okay, can you prove that? I mean, I can. Actually, you can. Show the whole fucking DMs. Post them. Why haven't you posted them? The full DMs. After Doki has shown the fucking, after Doki posted up. Please do fucking tell me. Please do fucking tell me. Why haven't you posted every DM?
Cents never left Doki's pocket at this point, for this PC specifically. Maybe
Yes, because she never got proof of labor nor confirmed parts. In case you wanted to read the screenshot yourself, huh? You send me something?
for other stuff, not about the PC. I understand the artist POV.
I'm guessing Scammer didn't give her all of the conversation. Then why is she saying she read the full convo? Again, then she's lying. You see that nowhere in you're basic. I caught you, Kat. I caught you lying twice. Like actually lying twice. Why should I believe you have read everything then? The full doc. I mean, I don't have the full doc. I couldn't find it whatsoever. Nobody could have found it.
And I don't know how the original quote came to be without it being fully completed and transparent before the then Doki team communicated it during the auction. Hence, we got an odd situation that we need clarity on. We need a fixed pricing and what it would cost fully so we can decide further if everything fits correctly. I thought the money from the buyer went to charity and Doki is funding the PC as a prize. The auction money did go to the charity. That's how Tiltify works. So the way Tiltify works, you donate straight to Tiltify, it goes out of Tiltify into the charity. Doki doesn't touch the money.
Yes, and I can fully see here. The link is to the full doc. Where's the link? In here? No, there's no link. There's no link. I'm only seeing her VOD. Let's see if in the VOD is the link. Because it would show probably on the pin.
It makes 3 to 4.
She didn't pin it. She didn't
98 pounds. That way they're getting the full value as
She didn't pin
advertised.
it.
If that makes sense, it's up to the team though. The manager says, I will get you in direct
Piss off. Unless you sent it here, I don't see the link. But yeah, like I said, I think the scammer only shown her some snippets and she didn't give a shit because it would benefit the story she wanted to tell.
From my understanding, Tiltify.
No, I don't see the link whatsoever. I've shown you what I'm seeing. Like, no. Can you link it to me then, please? If not, you can DM me on Twitter or Discord, wherever you want. I can link it to you. Please send me the fucking doc. Reddit link? What Reddit link? What Reddit link? I'm not seeing any. Yeah, here's what I'm seeing, mate. Mate, I'm only seeing the Dokibird. Huh? No, it's only the twitch.tv video. I'm not seeing the link. It's the only links are Doki's statement and that. Which one? This one? I'm just seeing the VOD. It's only showing the VOD. Look. I'm not seeing shit.
Let me see if I can like zoom in a little bit to make this bigger. Okay, I'm like kind of blocking it, but I think it's okay.
Yeah, there's nothing. I'm only getting the Twitch. You're gonna have to send it to me because I'm now fully. No, the link is blocked. Did the link get blocked? Oh my fucking god. I mean, I don't know why, but yeah, no, I don't see the link. There's no link. I'm gonna give you my Twitter. I'm gonna give you my Twitter and follow or Discord if you have that, so you can put it in here. But I don't have a bot here to block links and shit like that. Nor moderators, so anything you send here, the link should be shown. Unless you're trolling me, Mew, but I don't see the fucking link. Because if you have the link to the doc, oh boy, I would ignore all of this video and just read where I'm left. Actually, no, the video is important because it could contain more a little bit something more very bad.
Takes a 5% processing fee. That's it. Okay, so Doki is gonna pay for the PC, or that was the intention. It makes more sense. I personally just think.
Why are you acting so surprised? You made that doc.
Operationally speaking.
She is acting like she has not written the doc.
For a charity, messy. Like it's very messy, because then you end up with stuff like this. So it's a price match thing. Like the money goes to the charity and Doki pays for the item. That means she'll have to price match an entire auction, which is wild. Well, she'll only have to pay for the products and everything else goes to the charity.
No, she pays for the products, my dude. She paid all of the because she's also trying to paint the fact that the charity is only the only item on the charity is the fucking PC. It's not. There's a ton of more stuff. There's a ton of more stuff.
That makes more sense as to why Doki was like, I want a matching PC, because she was just gonna probably pay for it herself. That's probably why, out of her own pocket. So the buyer wasn't gonna pay for it. Okay, so that clears that up. I literally.
Why are you acting like you haven't written the doc? Why are you acting like you haven't written the doc? Look at this behavior.
That's probably why, out of her. Everything else goes to the charity. That makes more sense as to why Doki was like, I want a matching PC, because she was just gonna probably pay for it herself. That's probably why, out of her own pocket. So the buyer wasn't gonna pay for it. Okay, so that clears that up. I literally read through this like 4 times and this is so confusing.
But you fucking made the doc.
Correctly. Is this real? Unfortunately, it is. So the context is, and it appears there's a new builder who is doing the build for free. I made this document, so I want to make sure I'm covering this correctly.
You made this document, and then you're acting like something different. You're acting like you haven't, but you said you did in the start.
I wasn't gonna pay for it. Okay, so that clears that up. I literally is paying like 4 times, and this is so confusing. We're gonna operate on the assumption that Doki is paying out of pocket for the PC. and price matching essentially the auction. So manager 3 says, buyer, I understand what you're saying, but you seem to be missing a few parts. Regularly in charity auctions, there is an existing item or service donated, and people bid on this, raising.
She already
Currently,
read
we
this.
don't know if the artist's custom PC would cost 5K or 10K to make, and I will need to know this first so we can decide what to do. The artist and the artist assistant, can you provide a fixed price rating with what you would normally charge and include those elements? We don't want you to go underprice yourself, and I'm sorry on my end if it came across as that. All I want to know is the full and completed pricing so we can make a decision instead of talking about it in different ways. Personally, while I do understand this could be Management 3's way of making all aspects of the auction transparent, it feels a bit guilt-trippy. Regardless of charity or not, the
How is this guilt trippy? They're trying to fucking fix the situation. I don't see any guilt tripping.
artist was contacted for their services under the guise it would be paid for. The artist then provides a spreadsheet with updated pricing. Here is a spreadsheet, and 2 options were provided. Option 1, option 2, where in option 1, they priced themselves at their fair rate of £32 per hour at the time of auction, and option 2, they priced themselves at London.
Oh, hell yeah, we got the sheets, boys! Let us see.
Minimum wage, or whatever the UK London living wage is. So you can see the total estimated cost in USD for option 1 is $11,000, for option 2 is $8,800. With the
What the fuck? Dude. Why did you put that much? Oh no, oh hell no. You already see what I'm seeing? Okay, yeah, you don't. Okay, hold up. I'm blocking it. Here. Look at the labor. $2K, $5K. The sheet he was provided. Oh, for fuck's sake. Fuck it, reloading this. There we go. Here's the quotes. Yes, this is the one of the labors they were provided. Oh no, Cat's shown the same. Oh no, Cat. Look. This. Lower than? And then they were sent this. So we already can confirm this is actually a sheet that the fucking PC builder did. Okay. Hours 40. Four weeks. He spent 4 fucking weeks. 4 times 40. 160 hours. Oh boy. Oh boy. No, wait, hold up. Yeah. Why does it take you 160 hours to fucking do the fucking PC build? I'm an amateur PC builder. It takes me half of this, less than half of this time, because I'm not putting fucking custom foil on. Oh, fuck me. But this, hours, 40, okay. Wait, what the actual living shit? Okay, so this is one of his fucking calculations. So 40s. Week is what, 4 pounds per week? Okay, no, I don't. No, the math doesn't add up. Hold up, let's math it out. Maybe it does. Maybe I'm stupid. Hold up, let's math this fucking thing out. All right, let's use the fucking minimum London labor. 13.85 times 40 times 4. Okay, that is the amount. All right, fair enough. However, why did it take... why did it take him then 4 fucking weeks?
The really, really low labor pricing. So Dokibird
Really low labor pricing? Dude. Oh my god! I caught another lie. Look, the rate. This was the quote, one of the quotes they sent Doki. They didn't send the minimum price. The artist, the builder was saying he picked the minimum fucking price, okay? Which was 13.85 quid. He constantly said he was taking the he was opting to fucking take where is it? Where are you? Oh, I can't find it anymore. I'm so deep into this shit. But he said that he's wait, hold up. Let's the calculation. Yes! Here it is! Fuck you, cat! I caught a third lie. This fucking bullshit. The PDF that they were originally fucking said. And in the artist, he also constantly said he took the minimum fucking living wage price, which was 13.85 quid per hour, so that they can lower the labor cost, so that they can afford better fucking parts. That's what the fucking builder said, and ergo Cat said. However, and this is why it doesn't make sense. Then they were fucking posted this, the labor cost, which was 32 fucking hours per hour. He didn't. He's lying. He lied about taking the fucking London minimum fucking wage, minimum estimate. Wait. He lied about taking the London minimum living price. Oh my fucking god! This is why it doesn't make sense! It doesn't make sense! Now I see why it doesn't make sense! Lie number 3, cat! Lie number 3!
that would be 3,400 USD for labor donated, and people bid to make. And I will need to note $11,000 for option 2 is 8,800 with the really, really low labor pricing. So Dokibird responds 2 days later, clearing up their side, writing, I just finished reading through everything. I didn't give input on what Manager 3 has mentioned earlier, and it was his own opinion in case anyone was wondering that it was my idea. But it was his own, and he wanted to fix things as soon as possible since I wasn't online or was busy to reply in time. I was originally going to get a copy of each auction item, so each person was going to make 2, which should have been communicated to you from my previous management. So I wasn't sure why you weren't informed as other creators were. And I have received the other auction items. But since I already have a custom PC, I'd rather just use the funding to make the PC that the buyer deserves instead of making 2. Regarding the price.
Okay, so Doki completely fucking was misled by the previous management. So what's the fault with Doki then?
Pricing. Originally, what I pulled from my previous management, the creator gave us the base price of what it should cost, and we put that as the original opening bid, and was what it should cost to commission the items and what I needed to pay. At one point, I had to also pay what the bid ended for a few times, while for the majority of others, it was the original base cost. And the huge miscommunication error is one of the reasons why they don't work for me anymore, since the auction was set up all over the place. That's why we put 3K original as the starting bid, as that was what I was informed would be the cost, as the original bid is what the item should cost, and the ending bid item should never be less than what I actually paid for, which is the case for majority of the items in the auctions, as I paid for the original starting cost bid. I'm unsure how they messed up the communication, since the original person who communicated with people does not work for me anymore. Again, here Doki mentions a few points that had led to the massive miscommunication this build has now become. Firstly, the idea Doki was going to get an identical copy of each item auctioned to twin with the winners. This was never mentioned.
Okay, so now we have the perfectly excusable way why this all miscommunication then happened. Why did you try to pin everything on Doki? It was the management's fault. Which clearly, as we can see, the management lied to them. Or completely didn't tell them the whole fucking thing. It absolves her from... And then she spent fucking couple of minutes yapping about how the management is an extension to the streamer. Which is normally the case. However, when the management is not doing their work properly, and even then when they're fucking malicious, because we now know that the previous management one was malicious towards Dokibird because they were trying to steal their IP and brand and stuff like that. We can also assume that the management deliberately did it to put Doki in trouble so that they can fucking take over the fucking IP and everything and get the money out of that. And get money from them, then not unlike Doki. And one of the fucking reasons why the fucking retainee, the one who the employer of the management or the representative can excuse their fucking guilt is if the fucking management was malicious. And sometimes even then they would still fucking pay, but they wouldn't be able, at least here in Serbia, I think, they wouldn't be legally be forced, you know, to pay when they prove the management is malicious and they deliberately did not do lied to the employee. Here in Serbia, they would still be a solitary debtor. However, it wouldn't be an enforceable. So the one who has damages technically can only get the money from the management that was malicious. The employer is a solitary debtor only in name, where he can instead do that and then recuperate the funds that the funds he used to pay for the damages towards the malicious management. I don't know how that works in Canada, because that would be Doki's jurisdiction in that, so it could be different. I could be wrong. I'm saying how it usually works and how it works here, and I'm using my country, Serbia, as an example.
To the artist. So up until the previous time it was mentioned, for almost an entire year, the artist was under the assumption they were making one PC, not two. Secondly, being the quote, arbitrarily pulled from a previous build the artist did and using the wrong currency, pricing the build at 3,500 USD. Not only is that number incorrect because of the currency and not including labor costs, that number only accounts for the parts of one PC, not two. So the artist responds, in their Excel sheet, they provided two options, with option 2 pricing their hourly rates back at minimum wage. And then the artist says, hey guys,
minimum wage. Bullshit. We already shown he didn't put the minimum wage.
With
he put his standard rate, which is 32 quid.
Option 2 pricing their hourly rates back at minimum wage. And then the artist says, hey guys, thanks for your patience while I've been tied up with self-assessment stuff. Doki, after taking some time to process, I can't accommodate my pricing to the rate in option 2, and I really apologize for offering that and any confusion or inconvenience. While I am sympathetic to the challenges you faced with previous management, I feel that I've been placed in a position to undercharge to align with your staff's current expectations. This has put me at a disadvantage, as the rate I initially proposed in option 2 doesn't reflect ethical standards for creative work. I appreciate your staff's apology for the miscommunication, as instead I can shift my focus towards providing the best of my professional services. Making sure that I'm paid a fair rate in line with creative industries is tantamount to delivering a great product, and I'm committed to collaborating with you and the buyer on this. Going forward, I like to ensure I can feel comfortable and confident in my professional skills. I'll be providing my standard work contract and a pro forma invoice which reflects ethical pricing and cost estimates to the best of my ability. I should also let you know.
Oh, he called a lawyer. He called a lawyer because a layman would not know what pro forma means. So I'm gonna give you all an example what a pro forma is. How do I explain this in English? That is the main issue. Basically, a formal contract. Basically, he is now saying that he will make a formal contract now instead of like talking in the Discords and shit like that.
That I have a window of availability to complete this work, as I have other bookings scheduled for quarter 2 and my—
By the way, when you do a pro forma, that is now legal. That is a higher. How do I say this? How do I explain this? This pro forma contract, if you don't abide by the pro forma contract, you're royally fucked.
Rate is due to increase in the new financial year. I estimate that the project will take around a month to complete, so ideally, if we can get everything agreed, signed, and started by the end of week, it
A month. Wait, what did he say?
I should also let you know that I have a window of availability to complete this work, as I have other bookings scheduled for Q2, and my rate is due to increase in the new financial year. I estimate that the project will take around a month to complete, so ideally, if we can get everything agreed, signed, and started by the end of week, it will help make sure we can get the project done in a timely manner and still have wiggle room in case of unforeseen delays. Instead of lowering my rate for the invoice, I'm discounting the additional fees, admin, extra hours, etc., that would have typically been charged for. This means that even if the additional fees increase, they will remain discounted without being detrimental to my standard rate, and you won't need to worry about the cost of my fees ticking up before we get to the project officially underway. I've also cut a clause regarding revisions out of the contract, so the buyer can freely request revisions in line with the original scope if he chooses. Is there an email address I can send the documents to, and would you be able to provide me with your business address info?
Okay, so I might have to retract what I said. I might. So, from what I see, so this is where he said he wouldn't fucking give a okay, so this is okay, then there's a further on question then. Okay, I'm gonna retract what if I say a lie. I was probably too hasty with that. This rate now could be the fact that after he said he didn't want to fucking do the minimal thing. Let's see what Doki said once again. I was confused when the PC kept built up to with no consistent rationale. Even when I offered to pay more than the original bid due to the delays, but shifting. Okay, I'm now fully confused. Wait. Okay, this is where 12th of February. When did he send this? Show me the. There's no date. There's no fucking date, huh? Oh, please tell me there is a date. 29th of January. Ooh. Wait, you agreed on option 1 beforehand, and now you're sudden. No. You agreed on option 1 beforehand, and all of a sudden now, when you think you have the upper hand to milk more money. Okay.
Project will take around.
Okay, scummy behavior. That's scummy behavior. No, I'm staying correct a little bit.
Is there an email address I can send the documents to, and would you be able to provide me with your business address? I really hope we can put the initial challenges we've had so far behind us and come to an agreement to get this rolling. Instead, they discounted additional fees to try and keep the project within scope of the newly expressed budget of 7.4K. Doki, while on vacation, responds. They go back and forth with the artist about the pricing of the build. Doki writes, I'm on my vacation right now, but is there a way to find a middle ground regarding this, as the initial bidding was your option number 2? Okay, that is actually a fair argument. He cannot. No, the initial bidding was on the option 2. He cannot just fully change everything. Okay, so he was not lying. He just fucking all of a sudden pulled a haymaker out of nowhere. Okay, so there are 2 lies by Kat. And then we are now shown that the builder was trying to fucking get more money out of this. If it was in euros, which I was okay with accommodating, but now the price increased dramatically. I've had multiple PC builders that were in consideration when approaching me for the custom as a charity item, so it feels a bit out of a bigger mess to deal with, as I'm paying out of my own pocket for the final build that would cost more than what I was told initially, and a lot more than what the item was won for. I've actually been trying to fix this during my first vacation in years, so I apologize if I worded things wrong, since I'm typing on my phone while out. If I misunderstand from what I read, option 2 was proposed as a way to help out charity and for a good cause in the initial plannings for the auction.
Oh, you fucking highlighted that. You're gonna fucking spin it as a guilt-tripping mechanic, huh?
I'm hoping we can negotiate something that fits both, as it was a charity item for a good cause, and this has been an item that suffered the most issues. The opening bid should have been what the original base price was, with upgrades later if the bidding goes higher, so I hope to find a middle ground.
Yeah. Yeah, no, she's in the full right to say this. Yes, you cannot just fucking change the commission rate. You agreed on the pricing mechanic a year ago. Which the whole charity fucking value, minimum value for the price of the PC was based upon. If it wasn't, there will be a different price.
If we don't, I understand, and if you feel uncomfortable and wish to take service elsewhere and focus your other projects, then I also understand, and I would look for other builders for the buyer, since I would try my best to give them the PC they've been waiting for. This to me is really gross. I'm gonna be
Gross. She's exercising her right.
straight blunt. I want to be empathetic. I get it. You're a busy creator. You're on your first vacation in years, so you want to relax, which is chill and all. Again, this wouldn't be an issue if this was sorted like a way longer. You know, like if you responded faster before your vacation, then this wouldn't have been an issue over your.
How? 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 He ghosted them for months after 6 months. He ghosted them for a couple of months. Dude.
Vacation. But this to me reads very manipulative because.
Oh, here we go. This is where they're trying to smear Doki. Here we go. This is why I wanted to see.
I'm on my vacation and it's the first one I've done in like years. Da-da-da-da-da. That's not the.
Well, I think you're misinterpreting because da-da-da-da-da. How does it feel now?
The buyer or the artist problem. You know, the buyer and the artist spent so long.
Yeah, like the artist, the builder, had health issues. Okay, but he said with this other thing, he said he would only not be available for 2 months. If I remember right. So that would be like June and July. I think that's what the specific months he said. So what happened to August, September, October, November, and December? 5 months. Yeah, 5 months. Nothing. Why didn't you respond in those 5 months where you were getting some good money out of that? 2, you haven't responded back then. And you now wanted to fucking all of a sudden change the base price listing with your labor costs now. But you originally agreed to that for charity. You said that you downed the price because of the charity. Okay, then why the fuck are you now saying that what's Doki trying to keep him accountable to where to the price they agreed because of the charity? Why is that bad? Why is it bad? He agreed to that. He said he wanted to do it so that they could buy better parts. Okay, and all of a sudden he just, oh no, I'm gonna pull back my offer, pay me the full fucking money now. Yeah, like I said, like, no, yeah, I said 6 months. He said like around here he would be away on June, July because he has a surgery or something. So he would be away? He wouldn't be able to speak in 2 months? Okay. Then the problem is, what happened then to the rest of those months when you could talk about that? Like, she's completely obfuscating the fact, and there are dates here. Okay, if you all paid attention from the last stream and this stream, I'm highly focusing on the date. Because everything is important. The dates as well. So let's go back. I was at 59.5. So they made first contact around the first manager, like, what? March? No, February. Even more. February. All right, now let's see what now let's see, because it was in the screenshot. Change ASAP. A small update. I'll message the winner, confirm their shopping details. Secondly, regarding your payment of PC, blah blah blah. That's not what I want. The height thing. Where is it? I can't. Oh shit. Yeah. This is the part where I had to go to her own VOD to check. Because she was blocking this stupid thing. I can't fucking... And I couldn't fucking read. I'm sure of that. It's affecting my... Yeah, yeah, here we go. Here we go. Hey, thank you for so much. 21st of March, 24. I've been recovering from an addiction. I think that's an because it starts with A, it's alcohol probably, or Adderall, which are bad addictions either way, which have been a huge struggle of feeling my responses taken. It seems so. I mentioned briefly additional context for some transparency. I wasn't 100% affecting my professional content. I felt it was best moving for. It's fantastic. Yeah, here we go. I noticed he said he was not going to be in the June, late August. If the PC made during in time, would you be happy if to have the completed bill shipped to your address? No. Shit, no. I was wrong. It's even worse. It's nicotine. Oh. Okay. No, this is even worse. I thought he had a surgery or something, but no. No, he just... April? May? No, it's more than 6 months. He ghosted them for more than 6 months. You can see it uncensored because the manager responded to the message. Oh, thank you. Yeah, okay, this... Now, here we go. The AWOL is here. Then June... They got this email. Shit, so then they replied in June? And yeah, the last time they replied was in June. I think too, yeah. So the builder responded to them in June. And then... Next conversation happens around January this year. Yeah. He ghosted them for 6 months. You're right. Holy shit. No, fuck no.
Wasn't sure why you weren't before we get to the problem. And this has been an item that suffered the
Joker
most
responds and deflects. Oh my
issue
God.
if this was sorted like a okay with accommodating. This to me also reads manipulative because what do you mean? You have to be okay with accommodating this because you plus your team fuck this up. You didn't directly fuck it up, but your management one was the one that screwed up and got the currency incorrect.
No, they couldn't have. That's false. Again, I've shown you how the PC part picker page works with conversion rates and stuff and how it goes in default, at least to me and probably Doki and the management, to US. No, they didn't. It was the PC part picker, and they it's on the fucking. And if they use the PC part picker page that the builder, the artist had, it wasn't them. So no, it wasn't. Second of all, they picked the option 2 for which oh my gosh, she's trying to fucking now obfuscate the fact that the builder offered that willingly by himself. And they were constantly was based around this. It was constantly around made around this. Okay? Constantly.
So because your team screwed it up, your team now has to absorb the cost of the error. It's not
okay, but the error of the in the cost of option 2, not option 1, which was far worse. Why he can't just fucking change the fucking pricing, even though there was miscommunication, but from the builder and former management, who was probably acting fucking stupid and malicious.
I did you a favor for accommodating this.
No, she doesn't at all imply I did it for your favor.
Oh, you had to do it because your team screwed it up. But now...
No.
The pricing increases dramatically. Yes, the price will increase dramatically if you didn't account for labor costs in the original price.
No, they did. Now, no, she's trying to obfuscate. She's trying to spin the narrative again. She's trying to spin the narrative of that it's option 2. But he, look, 29th of fucking Jan, and then and again he says at the same time he's bumping up the fucking price sporadically all of a sudden.
For the buyer, since I would. And the artist spent so long trying to get you guys to respond, trying to move this forward.
No. It's the opposite. He didn't. He got in fucking DMs from the management, first management, April and May. Then he went AWOL. Then they changed management first time, June. Then he replied then, June 18th. And he doesn't show, and then he doesn't show anything else. All of a sudden, 6 months later, nothing. Something doesn't add up. This doesn't make sense.
Other auction items. But to me is really incorrect. So because your team screwed it up, your team now has to absorb the cost of the error. It's not I did you a favor for accommodating this. No, you had to do it because your team screwed it up. But now the pricing increases dramatically. Yes, the price will increase dramatically if you didn't account for labor costs in the original price, which was, again, your team's error. Did Doki know about this? No. Also, it's in pounds, it's not in euros, but that's like a whole...
She just contradicted herself. Doki didn't know. How was she at fault? You're trying to imply she's personally at fault.
Side issue. Anyways, now 5, I don't like how Doki writes. I've had multiple builders that were in consideration for the PC custom build as a charity item, so it feels like a bigger mess that I'm paying on my own pocket. Sure, you have...
What's wrong for contacting other PC builders to check if he is not trying to fucking pull a scam on her? Which he did.
I have multiple builders that were in consideration, whatever. You chose this builder.
No. No. Where was that? Okay, yeah, she had multiple builders. She picked him. So what's wrong?
So now you gotta rock with it because you chose this builder. You know what it feels...
Yeah, she chose, and the builder's trying to now abuse the situation.
It's weird to be like, well, there are other people willing to do it for cheaper. That's how I read it as, and I don't like that at all.
You're maliciously reading that.
Because I don't like it when people put freelancers and artists in a bidding war to see who can bid themselves down.
Where did Doki I'm gonna fuck it. Where? To bid them down? Where did Doki say this? Where did Doki say this? Where's she saying that she's organizing multiple fucking builders to bid themselves down? No. Of course she's gonna fucking say that she had multiple builders in consideration. Of course, if he was the only one, then they picked him. So. So?
For the cheapest possible service.
No! It's because they like their design! You shown it on the first fucking DM! They got picked because of the design! Moron!
And the artist spent...
You know why she's doing that? Because she around here said that she was constantly for fucking God knows how long is that she's trying to imply that the third fucking manager was trying to beat down the fucking builder so that they could donate for free the PC. Bullshit.
So
that's why she's trying to fall back to that narrative. She's trying to connect narratives.
And I don't like that at all because it feels very manipulative to do that because that's what it reads.
And what I'm saying and what I'm seeing from you is even more manipulative
to me. Like, oh, other people are willing to do it cheaper, so why couldn't you? Like that's
where did she say that?
To me, the undertone. And then 6, all this like charity. You know, option 2.
Yes, because it's an important thing. Of course she's gonna mention charity. The item was for charity,
So
dumbass.
the artist undercutting their prices a lot was proposed as a way to help out charity and for a good cause in the initial plannings for the auction. I'm hoping we can negotiate something that fits both, as it was a charity item for a good cause. Yeah, it's for charity. It's not the artist's charity, nor did the art.
He willingly did that. Not even management one has said that, oh, pick the other option. The dude willingly gave that pricing. He himself said, I'm gonna do it by this because it's charity. Now she's implying that they forced the artist to fucking do. Oh my fucking god. This is so fucking out of pocket, out of hand. Holy shit, she's lying.
Artist agreed to donate something for charity. The artist agreed in the understanding that they were going to be fairly compensated for their service, and whatever charity stuff was happening was on your end. You know, they were just going to get paid to make the PC. That's what they thought was going to happen. And trying to guilt trip the artist to undercharge their rate so much for...
Nobody guilt tripped him. Nobody guilt tripped him to undercharge.
For charity is, to me, icky. Because that to me reads really entitled. I know charity is great. Donating to charity is amazing. If you can't donate, please donate. Charities need your money. But trying to guilt freelancers and artists into like undercharging themselves hella for a charity you wanted to do gave them the impression they were going to be paid fairly for. It sucks.
No. At all, no.
Sucks that you can't pay rent this month.
I'm gonna have so much fun picking clips out of this and posting it on Twitter.
But it's okay because it's for charity. By the way, don't message me on vacation. That's what it reads as. And like, look, I want to be empathetic because maybe they're frustrated. So
just fucking laugh.
It sucks that you can't pay rent this month, but it's okay because it's for charity. By the way, don't message me on vacation. That's what it reads as.
No, it was a chatter. It was a chatter. Why did she put that in?
And like, look, I want to be empathetic because maybe they're frustrated, so the wording is bad and it comes off funky. But the way I read this reads to me very manipulative. It's just weird.
And what I'm hearing from you is more manipulative. Okay, two can play that game.
To be blunt,
except but my arguments are far a little bit better.
I don't know how much money Doki has, but can you just suck it up and take the L and shell the money out and just be like, just let me know?
That's what she tried to do. But the artist all of a sudden started to change the fucking pricing again of his labor.
How much it costs, I'll pay it, we can deal with this, and then we'll move on. Maybe it is too expensive and it's way too out of Doki's budget, which in that case, I would say again, you reasonably should have known how much a PC build of this scale would cost, but just take the L, man. Call it a day. And
you take the L from this and delete this fucking bullshit video.
These screw-ups with the charity, you know, the price being too high, the currency being wrong, the labor cost being higher than you expected, you being on vacation. How is this the
currency was used with the inbuilt currency conversion of the PC picker. I hate how I, for 3.5 hours, have to fucking say this multiple times. There's an inbuilt currency fucking exchange, currency converter on PC part picker. First off. Second of all, the price of labor was kind of wrong anyway. Because the hours didn't add up. Third, he said he was doing the work. However, he never provided proof of labor.
The fault of the buyer and the artist. That is between you and your team. You and your team need to sort this out. So the artist says, just to clarify, option number 2 was what I came up with during the last few weeks speaking to manager number 3. It was suggested at first I should just be donating the PC, and then to make the PC plus work plus shipping fit into the minimum amount the auction was originally listed.
No, that wasn't even fucking implied in management's fee. Okay, so the fucking PC builder misinterpreted it.
for, which is $3,500 USD. So I felt under pressure to try and fit within the confines of that, which is why I undercharged so much. And then in reply to the buyer being like, the auction was for charity, the number shouldn't be considered, the artist says, I also think that the buyer made a really good point. So then Doki says, yes, but the charity auction was set up where the base price should be the amount of how much the labor and item will cost. That's the information he was not aware of. And what the previous management was supposed to tell all creators, which is what majority of the creators were made aware. But some select fews weren't, which includes this item. And the artist says this is where your previous staff made the error, which is facts. And Doki says that's why a lot of items were different pricing and wasn't just $1 to start off, as all creators were supposed to inform me of what the base price was and why the item started off as $3,000 for the starting bid. As I was informed, that was the base price to set the auction item as. This was the only item where the commissioner piece is higher than what the item auction ended as. So that's why I wish to find a middle ground if possible, but if not and you feel uncomfortable, I understand. I just feel uncomfortable the most that the charity received is less than what the item is going to be, as that was not something that should have happened and one of the reasons why the previous management in charge was let go for mishandling it. I do have to add, does this mean Doki's a shit person? No, this is a one-off situation that was horribly handled. This is just a really bad situation that happened.
You say this?
As that was not something that should have happened, and does this mean Doki's a shit person? No, this is a one-off situation that was...
You say this, but then...
higher, so I hope to find a... and my best,
but then...
which is chill and all. Again, this wouldn't be an issue, then this wouldn't have been an issue over your first one I've done in like years. That's not the buyer or the artist's problem, you know? The buyer and the artist spent so long back. And then two, I want to break this down. Regarding this as the initial bidding was your...
Hold up, where did she say where she was manipulative? We all heard that she said she was being manipulative.
or the buyer, since I would try my best to give them...
Only a shit person is a manipulative person is a shit person. So why are you saying that she's being manipulative, but then the latter part you say, oh, she's not a shit person? Doesn't make sense. I can't find that anymore. I'm too tired.
select views weren't, which includes this item. And the artist says this is where your previous staff made the error. 3,000, which said the chair and one. This mean Doki's a shit person? No, this is a one-off situation that was horribly handled. This is just...
Pick a lane. Either she's a manipulative person or she is not a shit person. Pick a lane.
just a really bad situation that happened with Doki. Being a good person doesn't mean every single action you've done is good. You know, you can have fuck ups here and there, but overall you try to trend toward positive, you know what I mean? And a net's higher. But this...
Except you have never done that. What happened to the lollipop girls? What happened to clickbaiting Alicia's cancer? And then, now, recently, you doxing her.
It's just as a situation that she massively mishandled. Probably because you could be a good person and a good creator and really bad at managerial aspects of things, which is what's looking like what's happening here. Again, this isn't like her as a personality, but it's just she is managing this badly. Like real.
Bro, hour and 4. And then you say she's... Let me find.
I've actually been pretty fit higher. Big service buyers. Blunt. I want to be empathetic. I get it. You're a busy creator. You're on your first vacation in years, so you want to relax, which is chill and all. Again, this wouldn't be an issue if this was sorted like a way longer, you know, like if you responded faster before your vacation, then this wouldn't have been an issue over your vacation. But this to me reads very manipulative.
Yeah, there we go.
Vacation, then this wouldn't have been an issue over your vacation. But this to me reads very manipulative because I'm on my vacation and this is the first one I've done in like years. That's not the buyer or the artist's problem, you know? The buyer and the artist like spinning things back. And then 2, I want to break this down. Thing was only for PC parts.
You spent, God knows, yeah, you spent a fucking long ass time trying to paint her as a manipulative person, a bad person, and then all of a sudden, the next part you say, oh, she's not a bad person. I don't think that. Fuck off.
Doki's budget, which in that case, I'll really bad at managerial aspects of things. Which forward, not how this.
And this is from the fucking video on the VOD and the stream. She probably did it way longer.
We already know how this happened. And the artist says the charity receiving less than what the item is going for is gonna be regrettable, and I share your feelings. If the price hadn't been valued the way that it was, we could have perhaps avoided the outcome. It makes me sad that's not the case because it would have been for a good cause that we both really believe in. I want you to know that I'm not upping the cost for the sake of it. I have to work from a standard rate to be able to make ends meet, and I'm hopeful you can understand. If it would help, I can share the past invoice from the build this PC is based from. It's about 2 years old, and I was paid both in hardware and 7.1 thousand British pounds to make the build. The hardware itself amounted to 3.5 thousand British pounds, so the total build came out to 10.6 thousand British pounds. Of course, I do want to figure this out together, and it would mean a lot if we're able to do that in a way that values my work also. And Doki adds, I would like to find a middle ground as I really cannot in what I believe or in faith to have the item be just extremely more than what the charity received. If we could find a middle ground for this, maybe donate some of the money to charity itself as well, where it's around that, but a portion of that goes to charity. This again, it just reads so out of touch to me. Like, I get.
No, she's trying to fucking get a middle ground for herself. She's still trying to fucking alleviate the situation, but all of a sudden the dude fucking changed his pricing of the labor. And Doki got an invoice of 8.6
That
K.
Doki is really gung-ho about charity and all that stuff. Like, that's great. Good for you. I love that for you, right? We need people very, very involved and who advocate for charity. How is this the artist's fault? How?
Because he didn't fucking properly... He ghosted him for 6 months. 1. Second, he didn't prove proof of labor.
How is this?
Thirdly, all of a sudden he's changing the pricing now of his labor, which he previously agreed for charity. You do realize you're painting him as well. You painted him as well a little bit as a very bad person.
Money to charity. You know what this reads? I don't care how good your cause is, okay? This reads to me as, can you do the work for free? Because...
Where did she fucking say that? Again! Again, she's saying that. No, it's not doing the work for free. It's about fucking putting a normal fucking price with the commission, and she was gonna pay him for a good amount of money as well.
Again, that's what it is. Being painted over as it's for a good cause.
It's not to do it for free. She is totally, for an hour in this video, she's trying to make this as the argument, but there's no fucking evidence of it.
It's for charity.
And we've seen that the fucking builder has thought of that. Therefore, he gave her the idea how she can spin the fucking narrative.
Keep food on the
and let me tell you, I'm nearly confident enough to bet actual money on this. When she fucking makes a reply afterwards, after the heat a little bit dies down, because she is gonna fucking do that. She's being quiet now for a reason. She's gonna say, I was misled by the builder. You know. Because he thought he was being pressured to do it for free. But she is the primary source, and she is saying it's her opinion. So which is it?
The artist table. You can't guilt trip the artist to try to make the artist donate something to charity when this entire situation was...
They weren't saying that to donate the item to charity. They were trying to find a middle ground regarding the price she has all the intent to pay.
Built upon the idea...
It's in your it's in your proof. Reading does her chat have reading comprehension?
The artist was going to be compensated
I know Niji sisters do not have reading comprehension whatsoever.
fairly for their service of the PC build. Like, it just reads to me like you don't want to pay. Like I said,
Where does it say that she doesn't want to pay? She wants to pay for the price that was originally intended. Nowhere in these fucking screenshots you show yourself. Fuck you! Fuck off! I'm not a fucking sniveling little brain dead idiot, you think you can persuade with your own when your words are contradicting what you're showing on the fucking screen.
10.6 thousand British pounds. Of course, it happened based on how this charity was set up. Is it Doki's fault?
Piss off.
It's all I hear is, how can I not pay the artist? That's what it sounds like, right?
No. They want to pay for the price they were agreed upon. However, they were felt like either they didn't know how much the price of labor was, which was on the previous management's fault. But also the fact he still bumped up the fucking hours of that, by the way. He bumped the hours. He also fucking never shown proof of labor.
Right now. The artist then sends an updated invoice where 3,800 British pounds is disced right here. And then the artist says, that amount of my services already rendered, that's gone to charity. And then Doki says, like I said earlier, this is almost 5,000 more than what the charity ended with, which is what made me uncomfortable, as I really believe the charity amount should be closer. I was open if it was $1,000 more, but this is what makes me uncomfortable. Okay. Also, privileged take. Maybe I am also coming off privilege. If you're die hard hill, you're die.
You are privileged. Thank you for being self-aware.
Dying on is that the charity received
I mean, you live in California, of course you're privileged. I mean, to me, you're a privileged American either way.
Money than the product, then you pay for both to fix the situation. Like, in the best case scenario, this is the way to right all the wrongs that happened. Is it your fault it happened? Mostly no. But now it's happened. We have a bunch of people being strung along this long. If this is the hill you're dying on, if the PC build is $8,600 and the buyer donated $6,600, again, wrong currencies, right? But like roughly estimating, you donate $4,000 to charity to make up the difference that the charity didn't get, and you pay for the PC. That is the best scenario. I don't know how much you have to say it, like how many times you need to write it out. It's not gonna change it. Doki and
why is she saying she didn't do it though? She's implying that she didn't do it.
Manager 3 over.
How much do you have proof that Doki didn't at all donate to charity? To the charity? Please.
And over again says, oh, this is like way more than what the charity ended with. Da 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 da. Doesn't matter. It happened. It's now happened. The charity is over. The charity received 6.6 thousand USD, and the PC build is going to cost at least 10,000 USD.
The charity didn't get 6.6k. It's the money that the fucking the PC winner paid for. It's not the total amount of the charity. She's not trying to fucking say the charity made only 6.6k. Fuck off.
USD. Those are two facts. So now how are we going to fix it? This is not arriving to a solution. The artist assistant says, out of curiosity, how much of the 6.6 thousand USD of the buyer's money did the charity receive? Doki.
The assistant was implying that she pocketed the money.
He says, all of it. It goes directly to the charity, and I don't receive any money as it transfers directly to the organization. And the artist's assistant says, sorry if it was an odd question, was just trying to make sure I'm following correctly. And Doki says, since it's done via Tiltify. So yeah, makes sense. Doki feels, quote, uncomfortable that the charity received less than what the item is going to be, end quote. This is confusing as the auction was hosted on Tiltify, a platform where donors will donate money directly to Tiltify. Tiltify holds the money for 14 days before releasing it to the chosen charity. All of the money raised has already been transferred to the select charity. Alternatively, Doki could be suggesting they're uncomfortable with the buyer having paid lower than the face value of the PC build, with them donating 6.6k USD and the build valued at around 11k USD, making it a 5k difference. Just suck it up, man. I'm gonna give a personal anecdote, okay? There was one time I filmed.
How about you suck it up with your follow your fucking example and suck it up as well? You're blaming the editor for all of this? Really?
The video about a VTuber. The video was edited by my editor. It was on my YouTube channel as unlisted. Then the VTuber had made a post writing, I feel really uncomfortable with people making videos about my situation. News YouTuber specifically, which includes me. And I saw that and I was like, oh shit, okay, not gonna post the video. I never told my editor to not post the video. I had the video unlisted. It was not scheduled. Then my editor, because I upload once a day, noticed that I did not have a video scheduled for the day. So my
This is where she fucking threw the editor on the bus. This isn't the original video?
editor uploaded the video without me knowing. I was asleep because we're in different time zones. My editor's in Europe, I'm in the US. My editor uploaded the video. He didn't know that there was a tweet that the VTuber expressed they didn't want people to talk about it. The VTuber was upset because they were upset about the way it was titled, whatever. And then so the editor changed the title and the VTuber was even more upset. Also, for clarity, English is not my editor's first language, so it came off weird probably because it's not his first language. I woke up at like 4 p.m. because I wake up really late and I saw all of this going down. All of this was happening over the course of 6 hours and I had no idea because I was asleep. I've now talked to my editor. He will not upload videos. I will only be the one that uploads the videos. He will not post videos without me knowing. It's honest mistake, happens. You know, I saw something, I didn't communicate it to my editor. I was like, I'm not gonna post it. But regardless, it happened. The video was live now and the VTuber was upset. So I was like, oh shoot, this is really bad. I took the video down immediately and I sent the VTuber money as an apology for the screw up. I did not make the mistake because I was literally asleep. But regardless, the damage was done, it happened, and the editor is an extension of me because it was on my channel. Extension of you.
That's not important.
Like, I'm the face of the brand. Even up is because you gotta fix your problems even if you weren't the one that caused it, if it is part of your team. So Doki says, no, I understand regarding that. The 5K is just after your amount was deducted. All 250,000 that was raised went directly to the org via Tiltify, and I touched none of the money. And I spent my own personal money on all the items that were sent to the winners. I just personally feel that the charity.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Why is this cut off? This is clearly a cut off screenshot. Did the fucking builder accuse her of pocketing the money? Oh no.
Shouldn't receive significantly less than what the auction item cost, and that's why I hope we can find a middle ground. If anything, maybe we can have a portion of that money donated directly to the charity and not just deducted from the costs. And the artist says it's not just deducted from the total cost you pay. And Doki says even then the charity still receives significantly less from the auction item and cost, and that's what made me uncomfortable with it being a 15K PC. Doki then suggests a portion of the money, likely referring to the cost of the build, be donated to the charity. This feels unfair. While the sentiment of wanting charity to receive a
You fucking bump up your price option from 13.85 to 32. You double the amount of the labor cost. So of course she wants some of that. She would say, okay, let's make a middle ground and you donate that difference to charity. Because he all of a sudden, without any cause, just bumped up while being AWOL for 6 months.
A fair amount is notable, and a suggestion at a compromise, it's not Doki's money to give. But usually quotes are provided, you agree on a quote and things get made and paid in set agreed times based on the quote, or am I missing something? Management and artists go back and
yeah, there we go. This is where she is. Different quotes. First he offered one quote, now he's doubled the quote from the offered. It's good business practice, especially if you're doing for charity, to pick the you pick a quote, you stick with it.
Made and paid in set agreed times based on the quote, or am I missing something? Management and artists go back and forth on the quotes. The reason for the quotes changing is due to the artists feeling pressured by management, both previous and current, to lower their prices to accommodate their budget that wasn't fully communicated. Management then tries to alleviate blame from themselves, and the artist assistant steps up.
It's his fault if he thought he was pressured, but nobody was pressuring him. No one. Especially Management 3. Management 3 definitely not pressure them.
So Management 3 says there's been multiple things gone wrong, not only mismanagement on our end, just to be clear. This is again weird.
Yes, it is. He went AWOL for 6 months.
Just own that you fucked up. Trying to
He went AWOL for 6 months, dumbass.
Understand much time and effort has been put.
You have shown that he didn't reply to Management 1. Hour and 17. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Management 1. He went AWOL since March. He went AWOL in March, then he all of a sudden replied in June, and then he went AWOL for 6 months. Fuck off.
Is to accommodate their budget that wasn't fully communicated.
And then all of a sudden he, out of nowhere, he decided not to do with the agreed quota. He did it, by the way. He slivered that around because they didn't do a pro forma contract right away. This is why I say make a formal contract. Make a formal contract, because if they did the first hand and make the pro forma contract, he wouldn't be just say, oh, all of a sudden now because of this I feel pressure, yeah, zero reason, by the way. The management, third management definitely did not fucking pressure him. And I said, I'm doubling the quota to, I'm using my original quota, which I use, and not what I agreed upon, because then, contract, you said this, use that quota, dumbass. Come on, dude. Come on.
Parties. The buyer, the artist, and the artist assistant completing this work totals to £3,800, taking £3,800 off the invoice attached. To break down these costs for you, the build estimate itself totals £3,100, comprised of the following, and they attached a little spreadsheet. The artist says, if you prefer to cancel the collaboration and
show the spreadsheet. Show the fucking spreadsheet. Why didn't you show the spreadsheet?
proceed to work on this build with another PC builder,
give me the
a flat fee
spreadsheet.
licensing agreement will be required. The cost will come to 25% of the invoice total before any deductions at 3,000 British pounds. This is to protect my original
This is totally lawyer speak. He lawyered up.
Concept and ensure I'm compensated fairly as the copyright owner, as I'm sure you can understand much time and effort has been.
How are you a copyright owner when you're using Dokibird's image? You put Dokibird's image on the fucking PC. How the fuck are you the copyright owner?
Put into creating this design. Alternatively, if you wish to cancel entirely, the amount payable will be 3,840 British pounds for services already rendered, and 6,000
I'm not reading all
qualifies
that.
for
Fuck
deductions
this.
if the donor. Tax relief. Canadian tax laws allows donations to U.S. charities to be deducted up to the amount of U.S. source income earned. That
This is not important whatsoever.
I have not taken any tax deductibles from this charity as the money is not mine. I will. Doki writes, hello, I have not taken any tax deductibles from this charity as the money is not mine. I would like to clarify that. And yeah, okay, so this one is a little bit of a tricky scenario because like the way Tiltify works is Doki does stuff and then other people send money through a platform for Tiltify, so the artist doesn't touch the money. You get a tax deduction from my understanding, and I'm not familiar with Canadian tax laws, but in the US, if you donate directly to charity, not if other people donate through something you did. But Doki writes, all the money paid is via my own personal account towards the artist, not related at any business. I am not making any profit through this or doing it for tax reasons, which is concerning you think that. By the way, I want to add, Doki I think reads this as a negative, as like something like accusatory. I think Doki—
Yes, it is. The whole vibe of the conversation is accusatory. Hey, Badger. I'm now at 1 hour and 20 minutes. I found 12 red flags. 2 of them were lies I caught. I thought it was 3, but then I kind of stepped back in the lies because it was around the hour wage free, and then I came back not as a lie but as a red flag because all of a sudden he said, oh, actually I'm taking back the agreed quota I did a year ago for charity. I'm using my original one, which is double. No, 13.8332, almost triple. Sorry, I fucked up there. Me and you are gonna, if you can watch the VOD, please do clip some of the stuff. I actually, no, I will fucking do it. I will do it.
He thinks it's like a slight on her as a person, like a personal attack.
I will do it tomorrow.
You think I'm gonna like profit from this or whatever. No. I mean, I think the artist is trying to do is just reassure you that maybe you're stressed about it.
No, he was being accusatory.
Costing a lot, and that it just seems Doki's moral character, but for you, hey, it's not going to be as much as you think because there's going to be a write-off about it. So like, you know, you do save some money. That's the way I read it as. I don't read it as like a personal attack on Doki's moral character, but maybe I read it wrong. Doki says, please understand that my staff and I are trying to work with you, and when you disappeared for 6 months due to—
Dude, you say you say you don't, but then you imply for God knows how long that she is manipulative and trying to make the artist do it for free. Come on, man.
The medical reasons, your communication with us was lost and mixed up during our swap of management. I have never done any tax deductibles via charity events, as all the donations are given directly via my fans, and I never felt right with using it as tax purposes, as I've never done so ever in my life, and it really saddens me that it was assumed so. I feel like if that was the image you see of me, then I shall remove myself from this conversation, as it deeply hurts to know you think of me this way. I really did want to fix this, as I took time out of my vacation to assist in a matter that my staff told me not to get involved in. Since the communication has gone towards this, my staff staff will now negotiate with you regarding compensation, and I shall remove myself from the convo. My staff and accountant can vouch I have never used charity as a tax deductible, despite them thinking I'm an idiot for doing so, but charity is what I fully believe in. I want to add also, again, I'm gonna be blunt. I don't care if it was your vacation. Like, it sucks that you had to work on your vacation. You wouldn't have had to work on your vacation if this was solved earlier. You know what I mean?
And I'm gonna be fucking blunt. If you were here in Serbia, I would have sued you for the fact that you implied that, let's say if I was the case, my manager was guilt tripping somebody for charity reason to not pay the commission work, do the commission work, which we agreed that they will be paid for. That instead doing it for free, that I'm guilt tripping and smashing them over the head with guilt trips. Because here's the thing, in the most basic sense, that wouldn't be something that I could sue here in Serbia, for instance, as a defamation pro quid. However, because it's charity, there's a higher fucking strictness now of judgment, and now you're saying, oh, you're my manager, and you're constantly saying also, because it's my manager, it's my extension, therefore it's my actions. You're saying also indirectly, by indirect meaning me, it's my will to make him do for free, and then you later on in that fucking video say that I'm guilt tripping him to fucking do something for free for charity, where I have nowhere in the fucking nowhere in your own fucking evidence have tried to make him do it for free, but instead try to do it in the middle ground, where I don't want you to pay all of a sudden the bigger quota, which you arbitrarily decided to, instead of what we did originally. You know, that's where I'm looking at least here in Serbia, that I would litigate myself. It's Serbia. I don't know how it is, because it's her doing that statement. It's Californian law. Probably you can't in California, but by extension California law, do that. Here in Serbia, I know I could have, and I could actually have a high chance of winning that. But I'm saying in my fucking case, is if she was in Serbia and if it was directed to me. So I'm speaking as a hypothetical. But this is extremely fucking scummy behavior. At least scummy behavior. Very. Look at, I paused at the right connection. Look at the smug face she has. See, she always had a smug face. Yeah, Cat's making baseless inference. Yeah, it's baseless. It's nothing. You contribute, but in a negative way.
I mean, like, it taking this long is partially your fault, and it...
Maybe that's the issue. Maybe Doki has shown that now and it's public knowledge that she had an ongoing legal battle with former management trying to fucking steal her IP. There is extremely bad malicious management trying to, pardon me, not just malicious it's malicious towards Doki, but also incompetent. Because here's the thing, she did pick them, but there's also the fact that they probably lied on their resume, lied about how they were, the experience and whatnot. That also can happen. We have to take that into consideration as well. So it's not Doki's fault as much as you're trying to fucking paint it as, Cat. It's not. In my opinion, Doki sort of fucked up, but her fuck up is not as nearly big as what you fucking are trying to imply. Now, this was, if I didn't know about the no showing of proof of labor.
Running into your vacation is also partially your fault. Like, it sucks that the artist got sick, right? Happens. But the artist was like reaching out in December.
He was...
December.
December? No. You haven't shown that. Last time it was shown that he reached out was June 18th. And then January this year. So already there's something you didn't show that. Sorry, you didn't show that. So I caught you lying twice, so I'm not believing that without proof.
About being like, how can we move this forward, and this dragged on till the end of January, basically because You guys
He didn't. He went AWOL for 6 months. Of course, it went to January.
are like a brick wall, Doki and Plus Management number 3, where the artist is like, how can we move forward? Here's a proposed rate. Here are the parts. Give me.
No, it's not that. It's here's the proposed rate. And then he changes his mind. Oh, actually, I changed my mind. Here's now the new proposed rate, which is double what the original was. She's lying. She's lying by omission.
A budget. And they're like, I don't know. Tell me.
No, there was the original one, which they probably and still he fucking spanked that fucking what you call charge rate with the hours. This is the fucking... He spent 3 fucking weeks doing that? My guy, you spent like 3 weeks? No, wait, I calculated... No, I calculated 160. Never mind, maybe I fucked up with my calculations. Let's use Doki's example. He already was 120 hours. Okay. How the fuck did this? There's no feasible way that it will cost 120 hours. Of course, Kat obfuscates this. Because here's the fun fact. She had probably access to this. Or because she was in direct contact with the artist. She should have asked, what did you send there with the calculated timesheet? What was the timesheet you sent them? She should have asked that, but no, she didn't. Of course she didn't, because she didn't need it. She wanted to make a slap piece.
Tell me how much it's gonna cost, and then I'll tell you budget. And they're like, no, but we need the budget to figure out the parts. And that back and forth, because Management 3, and as an extension, Doki, was unwilling to budge on like anything, was what made the communication take this long. Which is why you now had to work on your vacation. Like, it sucks, but I don't want to be like it's your fault, but it kind of is. As an aside, it's very noble to not want to profit off of charity work in any way. I use the term profit loosely, including tax deductions. While I do see the morality in that decision, charity tax deductions exist to incentivize people to donate, as well as providing a legal loophole for tax evasion, which is a whole separate convo. And in my personal opinion, it is perfectly fine to receive deductions.
Why did she fucking put that in? That is useless piece of info. Why did you put that in? It's not necessary. It's like you're implying something.
As such. In fact, I'd even argue that receiving tax deductions from your charity auctions should be encouraged, as that extra money saved will allow creators like Doki to continue hosting charity events, as well as have an emergency fund of saved earnings in case a financial discrepancy situation like this arises. That's the thing. I totally get your moral compass. I get your moral high ground of like charity and all this. Like, it seems like Doki really loves charity. I love that for you. Again, like I said prior, we need more people advocating for charities and
She was bringing up the charity multiple times because he, for the charity, lowered his with the agreed hour rate was lower than what he then later on than what he decided. He didn't propose, he decided. That's why they were trying to tell him for charity. They wanted to pay that 7K or 8K maybe not, but still, he was bumping up the price constantly. You've shown that he was bumping up the price all of a sudden.
Donating to charities and hosting events, especially people with platforms. We need that. Your moral high ground of like not wanting to take a tax break is just hurting yourself. Nobody would ever fault you for taking a tax deduction on charity, with the exception of if you're like
piss off.
Events, people want you to host more, and we want you to stress less. So if taking...
You want her to stress less. Well, you caused her a massive amount of stress, dumbass.
A tax deduction will do both. It's a win-win for everybody. You save more money, so you stress less about finances. Then you get to host more charity events, and we can give more to charity. It's literally a win-win-win all around. My final point still stands, where if you do have this moral ground of you want the charity to get at least the amount the PC is worth, you pay for it out of your pocket. Because those are...
But the problem is he's changing the price.
Your morals. So why does somebody else have to bend over?
And they agreed upon the price. This guy didn't want to fucking agree with it. Okay. Then he dragged it on. It's still, he didn't agree upon that. He should have fucking done something else. And not spank the fucking hour rate to 120 fucking hours.
over backwards to accommodate your moral compass. Management 3 then pushes back on the issue of payment. Management 3 says, I have removed Manager 1 and Doki from the convo. Please inform me what services were rendered for the 3.4 thousand quote, and what was the formal agreement. We will not be planning on using the design for the winner's PC, so I would like to know what this entails, as it's almost the same price as the auction itself for a non-delivered item and a mock-up or quote. Dokibird is not involved and does not have input in further discussions, as the staff will now be taking over this matter. Which, this is dangerous.
It's not dangerous, it's actually a professional thing.
I think this is very dangerous for the person who is spearheading all of this, essentially Doki, it's her charity, to be out of the conversation.
No. It's good. One, she doesn't have managerial skills like this. Why would she do that? Because she said that she is way out of her head for trying to think about it. She doesn't understand and shit like that. Second of all, that's what the management is for. This is what managers are for, dumbass. This is what lawyers and managers are for. Lawyers being me. This is what we're here to do in some cases, by the way. That is a smart, that's not a dangerous thing. That is a smart thing for her.
I get it. I guess her feelings are hurt, but
it's not her feelings of her. She found out she was way over her head. She didn't understand anything. She didn't have any info, so, much less the manager free, so she decided to pull out. Plus, the assistant manager was trying to fucking imply that she was trying to pocket money or try to do everything for the tax deduction.
Gonna go to shit because there's no line of sight of Doki. Doki has no
because they fucking pulled that out of nowhere. Why did you pull that out of nowhere, dude?
Line of sight into what was being told to the artist, no line of sight to what was being told to the buyer, etc. And that is how we arrived here. And now that Doki left, Doki will no longer have line of sight to, once again, what is being talked about the pricing and stuff like that.
Yes, but except the manager free apparently is actually a trustworthy manager.
Like that. And when you play telephone, going back and forth with a whole bunch of people like this is how you lose information and miscommunication springs up. So Management 3 says, but there have been zero communications during the project. No quote, no asking for feedback or approval. We'd be willing to discuss some sort of payment, but
yes, there wasn't. Which was at the fault of the manager 1 and of the builder.
Nothing has been
because he went AWOL.
Or delivered from our POV at the moment. And pricing seemed to go up every time we're talking.
There's a huge time between June and January, what she said. But here's also the fact. She said she saw that she tried to make contact in December. But she hasn't shown any proof of that. So I'm not, and I caught her lying twice. So I'm not gonna believe that that was that. I will believe what she has shown with screenshots that it was the next time they called from June 18th or around that was January 14th or 12th, somewhere around that line. 6 fucking months. He was AWOL. He didn't initiate contact. Everything. He was just sitting there, chilling his balls out. You can't play telephone over the text chat.
So please provide me sufficient evidence of work being finished on your end within the next few hours or so, because at the moment I have zero to go on, but your word that things have been completed. This is usually not.
Yeah, manager's right. He said he already did work. Doki said that, and Kat shown that he said, the builder said that he already did work for it.
Not how to do business. Complete things without a quote, asking.
Let me just see, just in case if Doki has shown something. Yeah, at the end she... Fucking hell, yeah. Doki at the end has shown that she actually fucking paid far more. Yeah, at the end, let's see, April 20th. Oh my fucking god. With a new PC builder. Yeah, she has shown in here. She has completely shown. Eventually, I worked with a new PC builder using my height case. I upgraded all the parts at my own expense and tried to spend nearly 10k to deliver what was promised. Yeah, at the end, yeah, she was one of the cruxes of Kathleen arguments. What she was trying her best to beat. Her and Manager 3 were trying to guilt trip, manipulate the builder to pay for the lower to do it for free, but then she all of a sudden shows that she is willing to pay 9 grand for the parts she out of her own pocket. So at the end of the day, she was willing to do that. It was the problem was the fucking price, the price of the labor cost, which she was fucking which she fucking changed. Let me just see if she shows any. Let's see. My team relied on all the pleasure. This was 5th of August, 24. My staff wasn't sure how to proceed, and I truthfully was overwhelmed by the situation in my life. Hi, Doki's hi, Doki. Hey Doki, there's a metric ton of work that's unfinished, and as much as I like to give room to let you settle, move in, shit needs to get done. We can't keep pushing it back. The charity still made no progress. Okay, so she was fucking informed by the manager. She was fucking informed by the manager. Just step back in personally to handle a PC when it became clear it was dragging too long. Contact the builder myself, was informed of a prior medical emergency. Still no prior follow-up. Okay, she was contacted in August 24, and he was fucking AWOL in this time period. In August 24. Fuck off. No, Kat. No.
For a pretty high amount, more than the charity auction fair market value, and then asking for the work that hasn't been communicated on. Then implying we are unprofessional and the streamer might be pocketing cash, while the bidder, her fan.
There we go, that's the accusation I heard.
Telling fair market value, and then asking for the work that hasn't been communicated on. Then
Yes, Kat never has shown any of the work. Oof. Kat, if you are saying, Kat, you should have shown the proof of labor. Specifically, ask the builder to show you proof of labor, because this is a hit piece.
Implying we are unprofessional and the streamer might be pocketing cash, while the bidder, her fan not yours, is still in the conversation and then asking to add him back into the convo while we already decided to not continue from the provided quotes. Manager 3 is icky, guys. A few points to add.
It's not icky. They're being straight with you, dude. Alright, let's see. Then telling implying we are unprofessional in the stream, it might be pocketing cash. Yeah, yeah. It's the assistant basically fucking implied.
Pocketing cash, while the bidder, her fan not yours, has no intention to use the mock-up the artist made. They should still be paid for the design.
Hold up, let me just see real quick. What did you say here? I'm now interested in seeing the texting. Magnification right now. Piss off. Somebody wrote something. Your Honor, Manager 3 is icky. Basically. That's the assistant. Okay, I'm getting there. Yeah, this is where they were implying, out of curiosity, how much of the 6.6 of the buyer money did the charity receive? That is implication. That is subtle implication that Doki might be pocketing the money. And then the assistant further on goes to mention all of a sudden tax benefits. Let's see. That's the builder. The builder apparently said this. again, this is not much I want to send, but I truly feel there's also all options. I don't feel I haven't listened or communicated in any way. I appreciate my major. Roger this. I'm happy to discuss if I shouldn't be paid or service. I cannot continue further until the contract is signed or in turn and the service is rendered. So far I'm paying in full. Additionally, I want to clarify something. There we go. I honestly looked at the tax. Why are you looking at tax implications? Typically, Canada offers tax relief for child enough. However, since you're in a U.S. nonprofit and qualifications, if the donor has U.S. income, I could feel like why she thought that she was being implied to pocketing tax. Awful advertisement, YouTube. I'm giving you awful advertisement just for this.
Not yours is the still in the conversation and then asking to move forward because you guys are the roadblock. And this is straight BS because there had been communication. There was feedback.
No, there wasn't communication. There was no communication after Manager 2 was canned. The last message you DM'd was on June 16th, and then at that point it was like February or something. Either way, there was almost 10 months of nothing. 6 months of 6 months, yeah, 6 months of AWOL. 6 months of him no communication whatsoever from him. I haven't seen any communication. Like there, here, the thing is in August, Manager 3 literally didn't get. There was no progress with the charity PC. August. So that means they replied to the fucking PC builder when he sent the email on June. So they did reply on that because they're aware of it. They definitely show that it is a reply, and they probably said we don't agree a little bit with this. We have to address with this, please, and shit went on. And then the fucking artist didn't do shit for 6 months. No communication whatsoever. Wow, what the fuck?
Fact that was asked every single time the artist provided an Excel sheet, a quote. The artist was.
Yes, he provided an Excel sheet. However, does this fucking Excel sheet where he spent 120 fucking hours trying to build that PC? Who the fuck takes 120 hours to build a fucking PC? I've seen amateurs literally showing that they did it in 75 hours. You're a professional. You can do it for less than 7. You could probably do it in the span of 40 fucking hours. If you really tried hard enough. Maybe a little bit more. But still, fucking hell. This is the sheet they were provided. This is not the sheet that she has shown. She has shown a completely different sheet, which was the just pick an option. However, she was sent this, which was completely different. This total cost was down there said 8K, something like that. Not this. Let me check. I don't want to fucking be wrong. I was on minute 25. Yeah, I found the. There we go. Yeah, what was that? There we go. These were the two fucking sheets that they were. She says that they were provided. Notice the fucking estimate cost: $8K or $1,100, $6K with the the 13.85, which was the fucking agreed upon price. Then he bumped it up to here, but still it is 8K pounds. All of a sudden he sends 12K pounds. All of a sudden he sends this one out of nowhere. Now, I mean, I know why he did it, because of the weeks.
is $11,000. For option 2 is $8,800 with the really, really low labor pricing.
Hour 25.
For the design. Secondly, while this wasn't the intention behind Management 3's words, pricing...
Yeah! No, wait, no, this doesn't make sense even more now that I look about it. The agreed upon was 8K. She says that it was 8K, but then he sends 12K. Pounds. 12K pounds. Even with the deducted, and he showed that deducted was with the deduction was 11. This is 12. This doesn't make sense. He bumped up the price all of a sudden again.
Only includes parts, shipping, and labor, but communication hours are also communication happened. There have been zero communication during the project. No quotes, no ask.
No, let me find this real quick. What did he send? Let me see. She's trying to paint as a... Yeah, there we go. Found it. No, it is. No, it is. Discount this. 8K. But with a discount. This little fucker didn't even give a discount. And again, it doesn't make... And of course it doesn't make sense. Because the 120 hours. No way, he started work on January 13th of January this year. Oh, you stupid bastard. You said before on around the fucking at the year of 2024, you implied that he already did some work before then. Now all of a sudden he said he started work on 13th of January? This is 30th of January. Oh no, this... Okay, yeah, the more I'm trying to look at it, this whole situation doesn't make sense anymore. I'm very confused. I think I'm out of the loop. I think I went out of the loop, lads. Please explain to me. At this point, I'm so confused. But yeah, like this is the amount he said, like, oh, this is 12K, but I lowered it to 8K pounds. However, Doki didn't want to fucking budge because all of a sudden he said he pulled 120 hours. No, I'm connecting the dots. I'm actually connecting the dots now. I'm no longer out of the loop. Okay, I think so. Okay, so please, those who are further informed of this, please correct me if I'm wrong. So, Kat is obfuscating the hours that took actually to fucking how long it took the builder to build the PC, and she's playing that it's for charity, that Doki is trying to manipulate without any, and it's trying to paint it as a baseless thing to apply to sincerity. However, now with all of this info, she was trying to probably fucking she knew that he was bullshitting because he took 120 hours. Hold up, I'm gonna ask my dad. Čale, je li moguće da neko može da sklopi, da čoveku treba 120 sati da sklopi kompjuter? There we go. I asked my dad, who is a IT. He built more PCs than I have lived in this earth 3 times. I asked him just now, is it actually plausible for somebody to take up 120 hours to fucking build a PC? Instantly, no. No, this doesn't make sense. He was trying to fucking scab. He tried to scab Doki. Fuck
feedback
no.
or approval. How is that the artist?
So not only did he fucking charge the fucking change the fucking agreed damn fucking charge rate hour rate from 13.82 to 32 pounds per hour, but not only that, he then scabbed her. He tried to fucking milk the hour mark so that he could get a shit ton more money. That's why Doki didn't make sense. Hold up. So let's say no. Now I'm connecting the dots. So let's say it took him like a week and a half. So 7 days, 8 hours worked on it. Okay, let's say that. make it so that it's like 56 hours because he's a professional. There's no way he would take less than 75 hours. And he wouldn't do more than 75 hours, but he's a professional, so he definitely would do that in a 40 to 50 hour mark-ish. I mean, also being generous. So this would be... Hold up, let me just calculate everything. So instead of that, it would be 100 and plus... where's the... plus 256 plus 256. The labor costs should have then realistically have been around 1,792 fucking pounds British. So so Doki's estimates was right. This is around 5K. So no, it could have been around the fucking mark where the bloody buyer paid for, which was 6.6K. Nah. He scabbed her. He tried to fucking scab her. No. That no. Fuck no. No. This is bullshit, dude. This is fucking bullshit. He did. He doubled the amount that was probably supposed to be paid.
Fault. The artist can't move forward because you guys are the roadblock. And this is straight BS because there have been communication. There was
piss off.
And forth. You are literally in this group chat with eyeballs. Like, how did you not see this? 3. Pricing seems to go up every time we're talking. Yeah. 1, the labor cost is going up because the artist felt guilt tripped into lowering their prices to minimum wage.
No. That's his fault for not reading right.
Rates. Which, let me remind
I already debunked this a couple of times. That's one of the fucking lies. She and in the Divertally now we know the fucking builder are trying to paint here.
And you paying minimum wage for the labor cost of building a custom PC, an artisan task that requires an extreme high level of skill from
building a PC as an artisan skill. Are you trying to equate building PCs as drawing, writing, composing? It takes skill, but it's... Unless they're making a custom fucking PC case. But when I mean by a custom PC case, I mean not just slapping a goddamn foil over the top of the layer. It's not that. Artisan is where they use a 3D designing program and then 3D print the fucking case.
The person who is building it, and you're gonna pay minimum wage for that expertise. That is unheard of.
No, he offered that. She's trying to paint that they made that they told him to do that. No, he offered that for charity himself. Nobody implied that. He offered it.
Industry, unheard of. But regardless,
because they're from the US or Canada, they definitely could not have known of the London minimum living wage existence.
The artists felt pressure to lower their prices, and then they felt like, wait a sec, I'm scamming myself. Let me raise my prices to reg.
No, he's scamming them. He fucking bump up the hour rate, which was to the level of there's no realistic thing. You heard my dad. He's a professional. He's an IT guy.
Prices. Now you're freaking out because the prices are actually fair. 1. 2, the other part is the artist has to block out time. Like, if another project comes up, I don't know if it did happen, right? But the artist is kind of like in this weird limbo with you guys. So the artist is expecting to be...
It's the limbo he caused. He went AWOL for 6 months.
Working with the next 6 to 12 weeks. And if a project comes in, they likely might not be able to take it because they're...
6 to 12 weeks? It took him 3. It took him 3 weeks. He gave them 120 hours. Wait, unheard of in the industry. Didn't she say she doesn't? Yeah, she doesn't know. So why is she saying that? Fuck off.
Expecting this project to start for them to finish it. And then, this is not how to do business, complete with things about a quote. Not them gaslighting the artist about how this is not how to
And you're trying to gaslight me.
do business, when, again, manager 1 was the one that made the Tiltify, grabbing a random
There was no... You haven't shown any evidence that he made the Tiltify. You haven't shown any evidence that he made the Tiltify. He only screen capped the thing that was on the Tiltify page. You don't have any proof that he made it himself. Show me proof of that. You lied to me, tried to lie to me twice.
PC part picker list from the artist using
Which has its own, which uses the conversion rate. It has a conversion rate, uses the actual conversion rate when you change the fucking countries on the top, and it's on default on US. At least to me.
using that number with the wrong currency.
No, they literally then switched it to the fucking currency they wanted. You dumbass.
As the estimate price for the build without even getting the approval of the
I'm getting gaslit. She's gaslighting me. She's complaining about gaslighting while gaslighting.
artist to use this number. And then they're the ones not giving the price to the artist. Over and over again, the artist and buyer kept asking for a budget over and over and over again. And you guys are the ones that are not giving the budget until way later, which is why things have been so slow. And then telling implied...
Which was at the fault of both parties.
unprofessional streamer might be pocketing cash. No one said that. The artist never said...
Yeah, they implied. Not the artist, their manager. Not manager, their assistant. Like, Badger, if you're here, doesn't this look like it's an implication of pocketing money? And let's go use your fucking your criteria, Cat. This is the artist assistant. Therefore, it's an extension of the artist. Therefore, it's like he was asking them as well. I'm using your criteria, Cat. What's wrong with that? Nothing. Unless you just say, oh, no, I can't do that. Then you're being a hypocrite. Yes, it does. It's an implication. It's a literal implication. Why would you ask that money if you didn't think... that question if you didn't think you pocketed that money?
Professional streamer might be pocketing cash. No one said that. The artist never said, Doki is pocketing money. The artist said, oh, if you're worried about finances...
Their assistant did.
You can get a tax deduction on this. So, the finances is going to be less of a stress.
Wow, she's obfuscating this important little fact.
For you, huh? And by the way,
did she just
this? So the finances is gonna be less of a stress for you, huh? And by the way, again, tax deductions does not mean you're pocketing cash. I'm gonna tell you right now, I take every tax deduction I can. Okay, as an American, tax evasion is illegal, but tax avoidance is every American's duty, and I am a diehard patriot American in that aspect, not in like anything else, honestly.
Show me your fucking balance sheets now. Show me your balance sheet. Please show me that you have done tax deduction in appropriate way. Please do tell me. Because you definitely don't know what the fuck you're saying.
But if you're utilizing the loopholes to your best capabilities as a red-blooded American. Sorry, I don't like using that term because then people are going to think I'm all right. I'm not. Fair to ask to add...
No, you're a fucking cunt. An asswipe. You're not a right wing, but you're a fucking asswipe.
The buyer back into the conversation so the buyer can know what the hell is happening to the PC he paid for. Because at the end of the day, we still have the bidder who is out 6.6k USD with no PC. Management and the artist go back and forth again with the artist.
And by the way, here in Serbia we say pizda, which means cunt. It's literally like how the Brits and the Australians say that. Don't you even fucking try to pay me as a misogynist, dumbass. I call everyone a cunt. Non-binaries, men, women, everyone. Cunts. When they're being an asshole, here we don't say an asshole. We don't even have a... Actually, we do have a word, chupak. But we say pizda, which means cunt.
Standing firm on their rates and
I know this is gonna be a thing that somebody will fucking try to clip out of context. So I'm beforehand recording that.
Management pushing back. The artist provides screenshots of communication between them and management. 1. Again, the screenshot says, Doki is 100% gonna pay whatever you charge for the PC. Once we have an idea of the final cost, we can finalize.
This fucking fully then debunks your... You spend a total, not in the whole sequence, 30 minutes at least in total, in different segments, trying to paint Doki as somebody manipulating them and the management to manipulate the artist to fucking do it for free. You already debunked your own fucking little lies.
Everything then. That is exactly what Manager 1 told the artist. This entire time, the artist is under the assumption any budget is okay. The 3.5K is just for PC parts. Doki's gonna pay for it. Only one PC. No deadline. That's what the artist thinks. And
no, the deadline was before the deadline was around the auction time. And okay, wait. No, you said the artist then knew it was for 3.5. The 3.5K was just for the parts. You have spent an hour and 29 minutes saying that they were trying to skirt away from the paying the price of labor. But now you're saying that he was aware of that, and they were aware. They wanted all the damn time, which was said by Manager 1 that they were gonna pay the price of labor. It's just. But then you spend an hour and 29 saying, oh no, they're trying to scab him from his labor costs. And then she said, oh, the artist was actually aware, even from Manager 1, that they wanted to pay the labor costs. Are you fucking kidding me? Ada was fucking right. I am having an aneurysm from this fucking brain dead moron. This is my first Katliente video. God forbid if I watch the Lollipop video. Should I do a fucking stream next time here on the channel where I'm looking at the Lollipop video, which is her infamous video, or the video where she was clickbaiting Alicia's cancer? Do I do that and just completely and utterly destroy my brain cells because of the stupidity I'm seeing right now?
Another message Manager 1 had said, good morning, just want to send a small update. I'll message the winner today to confirm their shipping details.
Why did you crop out the date? When was this sent by... This is Manager 1. When did they send this? Where's the date? I don't see any date.
And all that good stuff. I'm happy to be the go-between for you both, but...
This was before May because he was laid off on May.
If you and the winner are comfortable, I can get you both connected on Discord to stream.
This is actually... No, actually, this is in between the stages of... either in between February and May, most likely March and April. No, he sent something in April and they was ghosted. Okay, no, this was either March or February.
Line things for you guys as far as figuring out specs and stuff. Let me know.
VTuber dies to cringe. VTuber has an aneurysm from cringe.
Make it happen. Secondly, regarding payment for the
That's
PC,
the
I know it's probably up in the air at the moment, so we can stay in contact and figure that out as the project progresses, or as we have a more clear idea of projected cost.
This is Manager 1, by the way, the malicious manager that was trying to fuck over Dokibird, by the way.
I did base the market value off your previous builds, and we would like to stay around the general cost for the parts themselves.
Yeah, that's what I also said in around here. I don't know, in there. Yeah, here. Around here on the 38th minute mark. She used the same screenshot, but here in the 38, she fucking cropped it out, and this is now the full, but still we don't have a date when this was fucking sent. And so yeah, okay, this falls on water. We went full circle. We went full fucking circle. She is mind fucking me right now.
but would like to give the buyer some wiggle room as far as, you know, potentially go for cheaper RAM stuff. We already read this, but again, I need to show you this again just to refresh the memory of what was told to the artist by Manager 1. On this screenshot, Manager 3 says Manager 1, quote, had no mandate to claim that, end quote. There is then discussion on who is responsible.
Yeah. He had no mandate. He wasn't he didn't get legal authority to do that. He wasn't given permission, legal permission to do that, by the way. Let's keep it real. He didn't get legal permission to do that. So of course, when he does something that the beneficiary or the I don't know how to say it in English, but the guy who hired the manager, if he didn't get the go ahead, anything the manager did agree upon or anything is void. There's legally that is no, you can't. That's not enforceable. He was then okay. You now prove furthermore that the Manager 1 was AWOL. All right, you're giving Doki even more fucking benefit of the doubt, dude.
Responsible for fulfilling this order. Management 3 says it's Management 1's responsibility, where the artist states Management 3 contacted the artist with the intention to pick up the project, indicating they were taking responsibility for it.
Yes, they should.
Is so trippy. Manager 3 says, so far my calculation says you spent 2 to 3 weeks full days time to create this mockup, and that I think is hard to believe considering Doki just debuted around that time. And mockups usually take 2 to 4 days to complete and aren't a full-time day, 8-hour days. Side note,
this fully makes sense. I mean, I think this was even shown in Doki's doc. Hold up. No. Yeah, Doki also personally fucking did. Wait, no, hold up. 12th February. 2nd February. 13th February. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense you take that much time. Like my dad, professional IT, he built PC. He builds and repairs PCs for a living. So he is far more professional than me. And when he just instantly says 120 hours doesn't make sense to fucking build a full-up PC, no. You just went no.
I do not see any hidden costs that might be attached, and I'm not an artist, hence me asking to clarify this a few times so I can double check this with legal and finance and with other artists in similar spaces on our end. We asked multiple quotes. We are not the same company as the previous C tweet, referring to management, because this was Management 3, and there was like a middle Management 2, and then there was Management 1. Yeah, and not him like...
There's no middle Management 2. They got fired.
Devaluing the artist's work.
I think, if I remember right.
By the way, again, like, what you look at is not just the finished product, the hours it takes the artist to research the PC, to research the builds, to put things together. A lot of research is
do you want me to be in... I will now... Kat, I will blow your mind right now. I'm an amateur PC builder. Do you know how long it takes me to fucking research the parts? 2 hours max. And I know a lot of parts specs by heart. I understand also the gigahertz and everything like that. VRAM, everything. The compatibilities, the slots. But it doesn't take a long time, especially since most of the fucking schematics and specs of every part are now available on the development companies' sites. Nvidia has their full specs, what PCIe slot is, everything like that. Second of all, it doesn't take what? No, wait. She says she doesn't know how this works, yet she's
2,
saying this.
And then there was Management 1. Yeah, not him like devaluing the artist's work.
No. Continue on. She said before that she doesn't know shit about building PCs like this.
By the way, again, like, what you look at is not just the finished product, the hours it takes the artist to research the PC, to research the builds, to put things together. A lot of research is extra time. That's still time you should be paid for.
It still takes you like very little time. And I'm an amateur, it takes me like 2 hours max. He's a professional. He could do it in less than an hour. Which also is in the fucking work hours, but then again, it doesn't make sense why it takes 120 fucking hours. What did he do? Spend a week and a half researching? Research this PC. What the fuck are they doing? Making chipsets themselves? Exactly! Like, by fucking God, it's like he's making the motherboard by scratch. If he was doing that, then 120 hours makes sense. If you're making a motherboard from scratch. But he isn't. He's just finding the motherboard to buy and slap it on. What you need to look at the motherboard, by the way, is the chipset, specifically the slot you need to put for the processor. Then the PCIe slots for the graphics cards, the DDR RAM slots, and then for the power bank. Okay, I'm now going to give you all very in a very small time frame how to look for a good piece, how to research parts. Second of all, for processors, look at the generation, how many cores does it have, and the gigahertz per second. Well, not gigahertz. I forgot the fucking term. Let's see. Let's look at the i7. i7. Mother of fucking God. Like, yeah, gigahertz. Yeah. You look at the gigahertz. You look at the fucking cores, and what generation it is. That's it. That's nothing. Like I found out everything about the chipsets and the processor, everything, in the span of 5 seconds. Like it takes me for a professional, it will take them fucking 30 minutes, an hour max, if they're being really pedantic. Me, an amateur, it takes me 2 hours max.
Production and stakeholders was its own company and wasn't owned.
Like the only thing that will take a long time to research, honestly, is the foil, is the wrap. And even then, you're not wrapping a car, you're wrapping a fucking PC that's like 1 meter in length and half of a meter in height. I could professional mechanics, professional car. Let's say the professionals wrap cars. One of my brother-in-laws has a whole fucking firm about that. And I seen his guy wrap cars. Do you know how much it took him? How long it took him to wrap a whole fucking car? And it's a limousine. When I saw it, do you know how long it took him? 2 days. 2 fucking days. And that was a limousine. This PC, I bet he could do it in a half an hour.
Owned by Dokibird. The team that worked there was fired for reasons as she got taken advantage of. Hence, she started her own new company. I understand you're not responsible or involved, but I'm trying to inform you since it's relevant information in a business sense.
Which it is. It totally makes the sense why the management was shit, why everything was shit on the first management side.
A totally different legal entity from the old company. The old company had no official agreements with you, and the new company is looking into this and also have no agreements with you.
Yes. That's the fine. I'm gonna be in the lawyer speak now. That also means that if he ever pressed charges, good luck, brother. You barely had any. There were very much little agreements upon, and since he is UK based. This would be a Canada versus UK law. And I don't... Badger are verbal agreements and with non-official, non-pro forma contractions. Basically, they're agreements with there's... How does the UK treat agreements that have no formal contract? I want to know this.
let alone take over things of the old company. Now, I'm still talking here since I do think some sort of resolvement should happen, even if we're not legally obliged or obligated.
They aren't. They're factually correct.
And our conversations haven't been the best. But I can't help but get the feeling that both sides feel taken advantage of. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is just weird. This to me reads as gaslighting.
It's not gaslighting. They're now going full on professional with you. They consulted a fucking lawyer. It's not gaslighting. The dude sprang up upon them 120 hours out of thin air. Here, total 120 hours worked out of thin air with zero proof. Why did it took him that fucking long? Zero proof of labor. Why did it took him that fucking long? So there is now very reasonable doubt onto the credibility of his work. Therefore, because of that, there's reasonable doubt. Therefore, they don't have to abide to that. They do enforce them, but you'll probably get the minimum payout if the judge thinks it should be enforced. There you go. So the minimum payout would have been like 1 week around. So, correct me if I'm understanding it right.
Why are you explaining all the nitpicky of like previous management being fired? Again, who cares? That is not.
I care. That's actually important work. It's important context. She doesn't care because she doesn't understand this, chat. Lad, this is why she doesn't care. She doesn't understand a single fucking thing why they're all saying this. They are now standing their ground because he sprang up 120 fucking hours. When did management? 2nd of February. He sprang up on them 120. What was the final week? Yes, 31st of January. So yeah, he's shown them this. Then he sprung up all of a sudden 120 fucking hours with zero proof of labor. This smells something that that he's trying to scab them and scam them. That's what they are definitely thinking. So they're now informing everything so that he doesn't fucking try to make him stop what he is trying to do.
Dokibird. The team that worked there was fired for reasons as she got taken advantage of. Hence,
they're also and you don't care, but this completely explains the criteria of the mayhem of management. And the miscommunication. This completely gives every answer.
She started her own new company. I understand you're not responsible or involved legal entity from and also have no agreements with you. Resolvement should happen even if we're not legally help but get the feeling that both sides feel taken advantage of. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is just weird. This to me reads as gaslighting. Why are you explaining all the nitpick? It's not the artist's job to know this. So again, who cares? That is not the artist's stuff. It's not the artist's job to know this.
Yes, it is. Because he was it's not his job to know this. He complained, he complains, and the reason why he bumped up the fucking price and everything was because of the fucking miscommunication and the bad behavior of management. Because he thought Doki was trying to guilt trip him. You said this. Of course it's in his interest. He should have known. He said all of that. Therefore, he needs to fucking know. Of course, he's trying to wash away the fucking artist's sins because she's in cahoots with him.
So all of this information is being presented in the lens of transparency.
Yes, that is something. Kat, I know this is something that is very foreign to you, but that's what's called, pardon me, the model. Kat, I know this is something foreign to you, but that is something being called a professional. I know you don't know what that means, but that's how you act professionally. Welcome to corporate world, which you try to paint that you know how it works. This is corpo speak, dumbass.
That's how the management 3 is framing it. Like, this is just to be transparent. Whereas to me,
It is to be transparent because the artist was bitching all the damn time.
Again, reads manipulative. As
it's not, and your fucking video is not manipulative. I caught you lying twice.
then you're trying to push blame off of your shoulders onto management one. Again.
And the artist and the builder artist, and therefore you are trying to do the same. Hypocrite.
We've already established ages ago management one screwed up.
Yes. And then the artist went AWOL.
Point that we need to talk about is who's gonna fix this. And it's Doki and team's responsibility to fix this. But
it would be if the artist didn't all of a sudden backtrack his fucking agreement, verbal agreement, which now you say that it can be enforced because he's a UK citizen. So it can be enforced. He agreed upon it ad verbatim. And specifically in somewhat of a written form, not a pro forma form, but a written form so there is proof. Nonetheless, he backtracked it. He's saying that it was because he thought he was being guilt-tripped. No, and I debunked it already that Manager 3 did not at all try to peer pressure him to do it for free. There was. Because anybody with a working frontal lobe would not think, when they read the fucking message, they would never fucking think of that. Unless you're being deliberately malicious. Which you are being, Cat. And go ahead, dox me. You doxed Alicia. Go ahead, dox me. But I already had a legal battle with that, and I'm very versed in how to fucking handle that. Do it. And by the way, I won that one.
All of this talk, Doki and her team keep going back and forth, like, about how we got here, and that, in my opinion, is done as a
because that's what he painted it as the reason why he's bumping up the prices and why he was being discontent. They were trying to alleviate his discontention because, I don't know, something called empathy, Cat, something you do not have.
a way to try to remove the responsibility off their shoulders, being like, I don't have
No, they never fucking try to remove the responsibility.
to deal with it because the previous management did it and I fired them.
Yes, they were being malicious. They were AWOL. They were acting without any approval. They were being highly unprofessional, and they tried to fucking yoink Dokibird's whole business and IP.
Well, gotta put it this way, guys. If I hired somebody and to manage my social media, okay, and they go on Twitter and they start, I don't know, scamming people out of crypto using my Twitter accounts, and I fire them, yeah, I fired them, but now I have to deal with a whole bunch of people that are down 10K because the previous management did crypto scams on my Twitter account, okay?
You wouldn't be at fault at that, both legally and anything. You had no control. In this hypothetical situation, you wouldn't have any control over it. It would have been a vismire. You would be absolved of all fucking guilt, and you wouldn't be a fucking solitary debitor with your management. In Doki's case, she wouldn't be a solitary debitor. Well, at least pardon me. I remember what I said back then. She would only be a solitary debitor in name, but not enforceable. It would only happen if she willingly wanted to pay instead, and then she would have fucking reinvitacatio the AWOL management to pay reparations towards her because they went AWOL. That's how it works in Serbia. Probably in Canada it's different, or in the US it's different, but that's how usually it is. And as a law student who has 2 exams left, I'm basically at this point a lawyer only not in name. Not to say I'm giving legal advice, because I am not giving legal advice. I'm saying how it usually fucking goes. It could be a whole different situation because if the US has the notorious shitty fucking legal system, Canada might not be that far off. Or who knows, maybe they have the same fucking thing. They were once a French colony as well, then British. They're still in the British Commonwealth. And there's a plausibility probably, but I can't be too sure at this point. Did they fucking inherit that how we in the Eurocontinental law do it? Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. But usually when that happens, when somebody's representing you, when you gave them legal permission, authority to act in your name, and they abuse it, and they trick you and lie to you, obscure what they were actually doing to you, they're abusing that authority, and therefore usually the one who hired the manager or whatever usually has less degree of guilt, if not 0 degree of guilt. So like I said, at worst, I'm giving him benefit of the doubt that Doki could be a solitary debtor, but only in name, because her management did a lot of fucking shit.
I am still now responsible to clean up this mess because I hired them, and they were, as a result, my responsibility. And
it would, but this is a nuanced thing where they were still doing a lot of shit without their permission or behind their back and sabotaging them.
Me, this reads like a whole lot of, I don't want to deal with it. And again, I don't...
No, that's called being a professional.
Like the saying here of, I get a feeling that both sides feel taken advantage of. So
yes, Doki was definitely taken advantage of management 1.
Doki was screwed over by the previous management. We've all agreed on that. They keep...
You say that, but beforehand, you're saying something different, okay?
Keep talking about it, and I'm gonna crash out because we agreed on this. I'm not part of this conversation.
You are gonna crash out here? I want to see this crash out. Because I'm gonna show her my legal crash out.
Right, but they agreed on it 30 pages ago. They're still bringing it up as a way to brush off responsibility. But anyways.
It isn't. At no point they're trying to brush off their responsibility.
Doki was screwed over, yes, but what do you mean taken advantage of, right?
I mean, this was recorded before Doc came, but then again, you were shown a lot of stuff by the artist. Yeah.
You hired a management.
Actually, no. Pardon me. I'll retract that. Why are you saying that? Why did you post this without getting Doki's side of things, huh? This is an important question. You're saying this, but you didn't get this other side with Doki's. You were clearly shown that they're saying they were taken advantage of. Why didn't you postpone making this stream until and not ask Doki for a response? Or her management a response? Like an actual professional you're trying to paint yourself as? Especially since you're the sole third party who has access to this information. Very sketchy, by the way. I know why she didn't ask for Doki this. Because she could have probably gotten herself into trouble. Because this was something very, very serious, very, very private. So it could have gotten her into a shitstorm with Doki and her management.
Team to run
and Doki's not afraid to go legal. She's shown that with Niji Sanji. I'm just saying. I can play this game too, Kat. I can play this game too.
Auction that you didn't double check, so it went live.
And you didn't double check your thing. Hypocrisy number 2. Go on.
As fucked up as it did. Again, partially your fault, mainly the management's fault. You should have known, but as...
She couldn't have known. And no, pardon me. Why are you saying that when you didn't have the full scoop? That you're then and why are you then posting this on the video? And you said, okay, during this stream we got in the Dokibird's doc. Why did you then not include that in the video you here posted? Because you had the full VOD where you got in everything, but you chop out the part where you learn of Doki's doc. You chop that out. and you post this video. That is, one, highly unprofessional. Two, you deliberately didn't you didn't double check. You deliberately obfuscated something. Three, you don't have. Three, you're blaming your editor for this. Huh? Then I'm gonna be very professional. So because you gave that example, because your editor is your employee, and you already gave your editor example who doesn't speak English and is not. Oh, pardon me, is not his native language. Why didn't you fucking proof watch all of this whole fucking video before you posted it? And you're saying, maybe I should have posted where I learn about Doki's doc live on stream. No, she did. Look. About this statement specifically, the video of description pinned comment were edited to say the fact that I had paid the auction winner when I but it was falsely implied I only did it because of public pressure. That's simply not true. Please read the words written in both video description pinned comments. Doki paid due to public pressure. It's not because that not was written. It was added after the video. Because the video was cut from a Twitch stream over a week ago and scheduled to go live 10 a.m. Information about the refund was presented after the video was live. The VOD can be viewed this. And by the way, this is the VOD here.
It's okay.
With her, what she fucking said, in my humble opinion, is that, wait, let's see. Let's see if she actually, no, she implied that in this comment that she knew about the Dokibird statement. No, she didn't. Wow. Wait, what? No, this is something completely different. Never mind. Okay. It's even worse. It's even fucking worse. Okay, I retract my previous statement, boy. She didn't know about the statement, okay? However, she didn't do her due diligence to ask Doki's management or Doki herself. She has clout, somewhat, to be able to get in touch with her management. Why didn't you ask for Doki a statement? You know, you criticize other drama tubers for that. However, you don't do it yourself. It doesn't make sense. So yeah, I retract my statement that she didn't know about Doki's side of things. But you were aware that she and her manager were saying she was being mistreated and tricked and lied to and whatnot, and you were provided the info from the artist, and you didn't have the brain cells to fucking just go ask Doki for that truth, because all of a sudden it makes whole different sense now, a whole different picture. I mean, I know why she, like I said, I know why she didn't, because she probably didn't want to get herself into fucking trouble, because she had some private info that's somebody that is for a third party to not know about until Doki or the artist announced it. So again, it's scummy. She is fully aware what she is doing. She just did not expect Doki provide some good receipts.
That's the big boss up there, but sometimes things slip past.
Because she formed a narrative. When she said everything, discussed with the artist, the PC builder, she already formed the narrative.
Your view happens.
And when she forms a narrative, it's gone. She's just gonna go with it because it's gonna give her clicks.
Accidents happen. Who is gonna fix this problem? The artist is taken advantage of because they haven't been paid. It's based
because he hasn't shown proof of labor. He went AWOL for 6 months. Okay. No, actually, beforehand, he didn't even start the work. He started the work on January. How would he get paid if he didn't start the work, okay, and the management issue was happening, okay, so how would they pay them? How would they be paid when the ones who are supposed to negotiate the price are fired, you know? And then when they finally found management, they tried to get in contact you from August, as well I could deduce. You went AWOL, nowhere to be found. Then, oh, you were and they probably didn't want to fucking hassle you because you were sick. All right. Then you start talking in January. Okay, but you still haven't gotten in contact with them in 2020, second half 2024. Okay. Then you get in contact with them. Then you start bumping up your price and shit. And then you all of a sudden, for something that is statistically fucking impossible, logically impossible to take 120 fucking hours, you know, you just then all of a sudden bump up your prices and everything? Oh, come on, dude. Who are we trying to trick here? I didn't suck both paddles. Come on. By the way, that's a saying in Serbia. It's like, for Australians, I'm not here to fuck spiders. And in this case, I didn't suck ball pads, it means I'm not fucking brain dead.
Basically, how can I say I'm not going to pay you in like 50 different ways?
So why would he get paid? When the management issue, okay, there was nobody to negotiate. Then you were saying there was an issue of negotiating with the price, okay. Then all of a sudden you bump up your fucking price. Then you just slap 120 hours out of nowhere with zero proof of labor to excuse the fact that you spent 120 fucking hours trying to build this bullshit of a PC. Of course you wouldn't get paid.
Management 3 and Doki, but mainly Management 3, keeps bringing up how Management 1 fucked up. Again, like you said, Ham, you can't leverage this information against the artist because that's not the artist's fault. Hey,
it's not the artist's fault, but it's not Doki's fault as well.
Hey, the artist. Management.
Here we go. Pay the artist. When you don't have, there we go. The pay the artist. Pay them. The ad hominem pay them. It's the same thing as what Sylvie fucking Spark did to Kumbom.
3 says, we understand that charity is Doki's thing and it might not be your thing and you wish to get paid for services provided, even if there was no agreement, quote, or official sign.
Yes. And that's in your, pardon me, no, that isn't the artist's fault because he didn't fucking make a formal invoice. I'm sorry, dude, you fucked up. Why didn't you make a formal invoice?
Stuff, which again is all Management 1's fault. But within all
it is management's fault, but it's also the artist's partially fault. Birds of a feather flock together.
Reason, the old company had tried to connect multiple times and failed early on for reasons provided out of their control. At that point, things have
piss off. We already read that. We already read
those words. You saw it. Maybe Manager 3 didn't see it because they weren't hired yet. I don't know, but with
yes, they definitely they said. Why are you acting like that? You shown way before that. Yeah, they were not aware of everything.
All philanthropic actions, Doki will do the mock-up design.
My service is going into the mock-up design that was created as a rush turnaround. Huh? Provided a breakdown of the additional labor and administrative work on the spreadsheet. Where did you show this? You only put notes of the parts, which we can cross-reference the prices. You just put labor and the weeks it took you. And then you just put the fucking... And he put the fucking... He just only put how long the hours took him. He didn't at all show why did it take him all this time. This is a lie.
Design that was created on a rush.
This is a lie he made and now propagated, and by extension, is lying as well, because she is fully on his side.
Breakdown of the additional
Their
labor
side.
and administrative work in the spreadsheet, being as transparent as possible about my rates and costs. The proposals, updated hardware list, cost breakdown calculations.
Kat doesn't even show this fucking spreadsheet. I've skimmed over the time frame. She doesn't show any spreadsheet.
Project planning and coordination and other documents are part of the services you requested last piece created by me. As per industry standards, the item should be fulfilled by the artist specified in the auction terms unless otherwise stated. While I
Yes, which was the 13.5 hourly rate.
understand shopping around for quotes, Doki's obligation under the contract is to provide an item created by me as advertised to the customer. The charity in question had no formal relation have bid on the item. Additionally, I've consulted a charity manager who works with Tiltify to better understand the situation. Piece created by me. As per industry standards, the item should be fulfilled by the artist specified in the auction terms unless otherwise stated.
Yeah, the terms were no.
While I understand
Why this has zero fucking contact with you, the artist, dude.
shopping around for quotes, Doki's obligation
This has zero fucking contact with him. You just make the fucking PC, my guy. You're not at all afterwards connected to the charity whatsoever or involved with it. Shut the fuck up.
under the contract is to provide
He's really trying to do some bullshit
an
here.
item created by me as advertised to the customer. The charity in question had no formal relationship with me as the creator. This was an in aid of fundraiser, meaning the funds raised were donated to the charity, but the charity itself had no involvement in managing or fulfilling the auction. Therefore, there should be no discussion of further donation or garnishing my pay, as this falls entirely outside the scope of the charity's involvement.
No, they wanted to make sure that the charity winner doesn't pay more than he already did. They wanted to make the PC around the range that he paid it for. Dumbass. You're trying to not only I'm seeing it now. You didn't only try. Not only you were trying to scab Doki, but indirectly tried to scab the charity winner. Fuck off.
Regarding the separate under the previous company and continuity of responsibility, bent over backwards to try to make the situation happen, reaching out, negotiating low.
He bent over. 120 fucking hours with zero proof of labor. 120 fucking hours. And then he says 8K, he sprung 12K. No, not actually, no, it was the deduction with the 3.5K. Okay, 8K pounds still. Here's the issue. This is the reason why it turned to this much. Like, my guy, 120 hours. Like, this is the important context. She said the artist bent over. Yeah, you misinterpreting. He tried to bend Doki over. Slimeball. The artist.
Lowering their prices astronomically to minimum wage to try.
Lower? At first he lowered it. Then he bumped it up. And then he skewed the hours.
To make it happen.
I'm
so
not
icky. The artist
I'm not gonna listen
charity,
to her with
consider the
this.
situation at
She
hand,
said
and
icky.
unfortunately have to notify you. My final quote is the previously stated 8,600 pounds. I understand why this is complicating for you all due to managerial changes and the amount of time that's passed. I apologize for wavering on this decision, which may have contributed to miscommunication on the subject. The bottom line here is I'm not going to accept any less than my industry standard rate, and I'm not interested. Thank you, and again.
They have shown, without a shadow of doubt, if he have shown actual proof of labor to why it take 120 hours, that they would gonna pay him that. Doki has spent fucking that much on the parts. She has shown this in the doc. So she didn't mind paying that.
Again, my apologies for any confusion in our time. A possible solution between us. If you wish to pursue us, if these items are provided, we might be able to assist you. The team also asked why you did not reestablish communication after losing contact upon your own return, and if you did, why was everything put on a halt? Once again, blaming the artist for
Yes. Yes, because he was AWOL for 6 months.
Something that isn't the artist's fault. If
No, he still was AWOL. Even with his fucking being sick. 6 months is 6 months of no communication, dude.
if you wish to pursue any legal matters, then please contact Doki's business email, and hopefully you can find your resolution there. They shopped around, potentially going through a PC company. Beyond that, like almost 3 months have passed. We're now at the end of April 28th. The buyer says, I was given an email for the builder, finally. Ever encountered this email before? Googling has netted me nothing. And they said they dropped the email. The artist says, wait, it's about to be May and you've only...
They made him wait 5 months because for 5 months, but because you were AWOL and you were just trying to milk the ever-living shit. I'm not gonna read this. Because at this point, Kat is just shitting through her mouth, like the duck from South Park.
It's finalized in the sense that parts are ordered and everything, but it wasn't until the last second they're like, quote, okay, here's the guy that's gonna build it, send the shipping label here, end quote. Everything was trucking along real slow. And in reply to the artist not having any socials, the buyer says, this appears to be a suggestion from the PC company rather than Doki, I think. But there is now a line of communication between the buyer working with industry on PC builds, entering into this relationship thinking it would be a casual relationship with a VTuber, and Doki's management and potentially Doki by extension thinking it was a professional relationship.
I skipped this because this is
go down.
That is not important between this. In my opinion, the fucking buyer, he was rightfully pissed a little bit, but also why are you communicating with the... I mean, I know why he's communicating with the builder. It's because he has not been shown everything. Misaligned expectations with the artist. Oh, this is her statement. Come on.
So does appear there's misaligned expectations of thinking it would be a casual relationship with a VTuber. The amount of miscommunication stems from the original $3,500 quote pulled by Management 1 from a previous build of the artist, which used the wrong currency, only included PC parts, and didn't account for the fact that...
I sped read this a little bit. Here, the artist standard rate, he lowered it from 32 Great British pounds per hour to 13.85 out of charity. His own volition, he agreed upon it. He, on written form via Discord, it is... I mean, whether it was it's a concrete evidence or not in court is a different meaning, but he agreed upon lowering this for charity. Then all of a sudden he bumped it up again. So to me, it's icky, as like you said, it's very icky all of a sudden when he smelt the fact there's an opportunity to get more money out of this. He just retracted his charitable action of using the London wage, London minimum wage, whatever the fuck it is now. I can't remember. I'm tired as shit. It's nearly midnight. I've been up for 5 fucking hours here. There was mismanagement from management. No.
That build pricing is not interchangeable one-to-one. There also was no mention of Doki wanting a duplicate of each item.
We already debunked the PC specs.
This becomes irrelevant later as Doki ended up getting a custom PC through other means, and this serves as another point of miscommunication. Due to management changing midway, there was also misunderstanding between artist and Management 2 as to whether the build was even continuing at all. Management 1 also made it extremely clear to the artist that Doki would be completely paying for the build, but future management would not have the same understanding, expecting the artist to then donate the computer.
No, that's a lie.
And finally, there was a misunderstanding about budget and who was paying for what.
Okay, so Katliente did a very smart thing where she wasn't the one who was accusing, even indirectly, of Doki pocketing the charity money. However, she is lying. In my country, it would be a tough battle. Yeah, relax, mate. I'm finishing right now. But yeah, if she was in Serbia, I would have sued her for that. For saying that, downplaying and trying to make somebody guilt trip somebody or charity to do it for free and tricking them and shit like that. That is a pro quid. We had to have proof of evidence and stuff like that. And I believe I could argue with that. if it was in Serbian court. Whole different thing with her being California. But in Serbian court, I could argue that and probably win.
Buyer willing to cover the difference of upgrading the expected PC parts to the top of the line items they wanted and pricing of the artist's hourly rate, with expectations of the artist not charging for labor at all, to then minimum wage, to then the artist's standard rate in 2024 of 32 British pounds per hour. It seems like a colossal series of missteps, with Doki and management not wanting to step up as the bigger person to remedy the issue. To this, as a way to try to not take possible to avoid that by trying to gaslight the artist into it's charity so you should donate it, into
lie,
charge minimum wage. All of us
he offered that. Doki did not do that. Okay, she's now trying to paint Doki doing that.
Management 3 or both did not want to pay the artist for what the piece gaslight the artist into it's charity so you should donate it, into charge minimum wage, all of this other stuff, and then trying to push blame onto management 1 as a way to try to not take responsibility for this whole PC situation divulging into the way it does. And everything completely fell apart. And at the end of the day, everyone loses except Doki and the charity, essentially, right? Doki did the charity stream, so as a result received the accolades for doing the charity stream, and then the charity received the money, which is fair. That was the end goal at all. But now we have an artist that is not paid for all the time and labor they put into this. We have a bidder who is out 6.6k without receiving a PC, with no line in sight for
and he was refunded.
Receiving the PC, because
actually he was refunded even more. He paid 6.6k, he got 7.5k.
There's still issues with this new bill.
And before anybody is trying to say anything, bam, even more. Yes, he got even more money. Simple as.
Builder, and that's where it stands today. At the end of the day, a lot of people might be like, is this a moral situation, right? Is Doki a bad person? I don't think Doki is a bad person. I think
you tried to say that she was, you said right around here somewhere that she was manipulating, trying to manipulate him. That she deflects and that she is manipulating. That's what somebody who's a bad person would do only.
Doki handled this poorly. Is this one situation a representative of who Doki is as a human being? No, right? I don't know Doki as a person.
Scrolled
but
around
this is going to sound so privileged, but Doki is a big creator.
Discord
is money
DMs. Let me just see what was shown. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to blur that.
Big of an issue, as in the moral high ground of wanting to make sure the price of the PC matches what the charity got, then why couldn't you donate the difference to charity and pay for the PC? And now it's all done. Just pay out of pocket, take the loss, and call it a day. Or do a payment plan or something. I don't know. To me, it just feels so icky to see a bigger creator just over and over again, them and their management, right, try to gaslight the artist into taking a much lower rate.
That's it. That's the video. So, to round up everything, Kat is deliberately, maliciously trying to paint Dokibird in a very, very bad light. She knowingly is doing this, without a shadow of a doubt. She is doing what she is not being tricked. She made this doc. She knows what she is saying, and she is trying to. And she is very much skirting the lines of defamation. Very, very treading the line of defamation. In America, she probably won't be sued with that, because America has a very less strict, I think, defamation lawsuits and stuff like that. But she is being a raging arsewipe. Very much so. Okay, I will private this VOD a little bit so that I can just clip out the accidental Discord bullshit. It's nothing important, so, but still, my mouse accidentally just went there. So I will see you all on Friday on the main channel. Alright. Where we will be doing miniature painting, and then on Saturday we're gonna be doing collab with Badger, who was here, with and we are playing Switor. So be sure to follow the Twitch and be sure to follow the main channel because I stream on both platforms at the same time. I am dual streaming, not this. But yeah, that's about it. I'll see you all then. Be sure to, for the info, be sure to join the Discord so that you know when the streams will pop. And I'll see you all, like I said, at that time. Stay safe, everybody, and I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.